Hello everybody and welcome to our latest virtual conference. Today we are going to be talking user management. We're going to be talking Active Directory, Azure Active Directory, PowerShell, user management, securing things, everything you need to know about getting more value out of the tools you're already using today. We're also going to be introducing you to new tools that you may not even know about because it's just a packed day of free learning and we are streaming this everywhere. So you might be watching on Facebook, you might be watching on Twitter, you might be watching on YouTube, or you might be watching on Thurrott.com or Petri.com. If you need a link into the chat room, which we will be hanging out in all day, you can find that down in the description below. But we've got industry experts, we've got Microsoft MVPs spanning the entire day. So you're going to want to stick around. And I want to give a big shout out to our friends over at Alsid, Chaosoft, and CoreView for help making today possible. Without them, this free event would not be happening. And so a big shout out to those guys. You can also find their links on our website. Just click their pretty little logos. It'll take you right over to their solutions that are going to help you manage your users even more effectively. But fret not, if you're an introductory or entry-level user, we've got sessions lined up to help you get set up with Active Directory and know the difference between Active Directory and Azure Active Directory. And we've got advanced sessions like using PowerShell to get the most out of your tooling and setup to make managing users even easier. And then we've also got sessions like securing your Active Directory from attacks. That is a big, it's a big vulnerable area that not a lot of people think about these days. That Active Directory is wide open if it's not configured correctly to being attacked by outside parties. So what I'm trying to say is the entire day is packed full of good free knowledge brought to you by industry experts. I hope you hang out. Make sure to jump into the chat room. You can also find links to download all the content too. We know that people love to look at the slides afterwards or look at the white papers that are mentioned. We've got links over on our website to download all that content. Super easy, super convenient. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll get the show started here in just a couple minutes.
Hello and welcome to Petri's User Management Day. My name is Russell Smith and I'm going to be hosting today's first session. I'm going to give you a good basis today in Windows Server Active Directory and Azure Active Directory. So if you are unfamiliar with those technologies, or maybe you just need a refresher, I'm going to talk about what it does, how you can set it up, and how it all relates to user management. A little bit about me first. So I'm an independent IT consultant, author, and trainer. You might recognize me from the Petri IT Knowledge Base because I write there on a regular basis, mainly about Windows and the cloud. I'm also a trainer at Pluralsight, and I have a couple of courses there on Azure and indeed on Azure Active Directory. If you'd like to contact me after the session, if you have any questions, you can either contact me on Twitter, where I am at SmithRussell, or of course by email. And you can see the contact details down there at the bottom of the slide. So today I'm going to cover the key concepts of how Windows Server and Azure Active Directory work, and what are the differences between these two technologies. We're going to look at how you might go about designing the logical structure for your Windows Server Active Directory and everything you need to know about setting up your first Active Directory domain and about setting up an Azure Active Directory tenant in the cloud. Also, for those who are interested in hybrid scenarios, we'll also cover looking at how you can bridge the gap between Windows Server Active Directory and Azure Active Directory. So that's for Windows Server when you have an on-premises system and Active Directory in the cloud. We'll also look at how to manage groups and users using both the GUI tools and, of course, using PowerShell. So what is Active Directory? So the key word here is directory. A directory is a list of all the resources on your network, including users. So for example, maybe you have a user that wants to locate a print server. Now, Active Directory helps them to locate that resource and manages the authentication to make sure that that user has permission to use the print server. Now, if you've ever set up a Windows workgroup, you'll know how difficult it can be to locate and manage access to resources without that central database. An Active Directory allows you to provide those location and authentication services at scale. Because Active Directory is a database, it has a schema. And basically, you can extend the schema to allow Active Directory to service different kinds of applications. So for instance, you could extend the schema by adding a new class or attribute to an object. When you add a new class, you basically create a new object type. Probably the most notable example of an application that extends the Active Directory schema is Microsoft Exchange Server. So before you can actually install Exchange Server, it extends the schema for you and adds new object types and attributes to existing objects. For instance, users will suddenly be able to have their email addresses recorded in Active Directory. There are also some built-in Windows technology that also relies on Active Directory. For instance, group policy, which is actually part of Active Directory, is used for configuring computer and user management settings. Another example is BitLocker. So BitLocker can restore its recovery passwords in Active Directory. And it makes it easier for IT to help users to recover those passwords when there's a problem with their disk, for instance. Now, there are two types of Active Directory. Windows Server Active Directory was first released as a preview in the late 1990s and then as a final version in Windows 2000 Server. Now, the Active Directory services role is the main role of Active Directory, and it is the centralized database of network resources, including your users. It uses several different protocols to function. So it uses LDAP for accessing the directory. It uses a modified version of Kerberos, which is an industry standard, for authentication. And it uses DNS, the domain name system, for locating resources. Windows Server Active Directory can be made up of fairly complex logical structures to accommodate IT and business environments. Now, a logical structure in AD consists of different components like domains, forests, and OUs, which we'll discuss later. You can also create a physical structure to separate your Active Directory among different physical sites, so your IT resources and users can be geographically dispersed in different locations. AD also includes other services, so not just that centralized database. For instance, it can act as a certification authority. It can be used to control what users can do with specific resources, and that's called rights management. And it can be used for authenticating users located in other directory services, and that's called federation. There's even a lightweight version of Active Directory, a server role that you can install that developers can use for their on-premises applications, and that all works independently of an organization's main Active Directory database. Now, if Windows Server Active Directory is a mature technology that's existed for 20 plus years, Azure Active Directory is relatively at least new. Now, it's of course designed primarily for cloud apps. An example of this, probably the most notable example, is that all of the Microsoft 365 applications use Azure Active Directory for user authentication. And it uses not Kerberos, but the protocols that are designed specifically for web applications like OAuth and OpenID Connect. But if you need to put your legacy applications from your on-premises network into the cloud, you can also use Azure Active Directory domain services, which provides a managed domain with 2 domain controllers that Microsoft manages for you. So you don't need to worry about configuring them or updating them, for instance. And this allows you to use Kerberos in the cloud and other technologies that are associated with Windows Server Active Directory. Now, the logical structure of Azure AD is quite simple compared to Windows Server Active Directory, and basically it's limited to admin units, which are similar to organizational units in Windows Server AD, and they allow you to delegate permissions and to set policy at a granular level. Now, any new technology that Microsoft develops is usually put into Azure Active Directory. So that's where the investment tends to be. It's not in Windows Server Active Directory. But some of the technologies, like self-service password reset, can be extended and used in Windows Server Active Directory as long as you have your 2 domains, directories rather, connected. And we'll talk about that later and how that works. So before you start to install Windows Server Active Directory, it's really important to understand the logical structure. Domains represent administrative boundaries. So for example, you might have a policy that only applies to users in a particular domain that needs to be controlled by a particular set of administrators. Domains are identified by DNS Fully Qualified Domain Names, or FQDN for short. So you can see here that my domain is represented by ad.contoso.com. You can see that the public internet name for the company is used, contoso.com, and then I've added AD, which is a subdomain, which we are reserving specifically for use with AD. The main point is that the AD DNS and public namespaces should be different to avoid problems locating resources. Alternatively, I could have called my AD domain adcontoso.com. The main thing again here is that it's different from the public internet namespace. But regardless of whichever method you choose, it's important that the top level domain name is registered with a public DNS registry. Now, the DNS namespace helps to define the logical structure of your Active Directory. So I can add child domains. So you can see here I have europe.adcontoso.com, and I can create an entire domain tree, and you can see that I now have a second domain called Asia. I can also create more than one domain tree, and again this is demonstrated by the use of the DNS namespace. So I now have another domain tree here under the US subdomain, and you can see there I have one called US and 2 child domains, sales and finance. Now, resources in the domain are also labeled using DNS. So if, for instance, I have a user in the Asia domain called user1, that user's DNS domain name will be user1.asia.ad.contoso.com. You can see that all of the domains are linked by bidirectional transitive trusts. Now, what that means is that if a user in the Asia domain wants to access a resource that's located in the finance domain, for example, a print server, they can do that provided that the user has permissions on that resource to access it. And vice versa, if a user in the finance domain wants to access a resource in the Asia domain, they can also do it, again providing they have permissions to do so. Now, while the default trusts that link domains are two-way and transitive, There are also other kinds of domains that you can configure, like one-way non-transitive trusts and cross-forest trusts, just to name a couple. Now, the logical structure can be divided even further at the domain level, and we can use organizational units, which are more commonly referred to as OUs, to group objects like users, servers, and service accounts, for instance. Now, at the OU level, we can delegate permission to a set of administrators to perform specific tasks on those objects. For instance, we might want to allow a group of users to just reset passwords on user accounts, but not able to create new users in that organizational unit. And we can also apply group policy objects, which are used for computer and user configuration, to those OUs. Group policy objects can also be applied to sites and to domains. So now that we understand the logical structure, how do we actually go about creating a forest and a domain? So domains are defined and controlled using servers called domain controllers. Now, you can create a domain using just one domain controller, but Microsoft recommends using at least 2 domain controllers in each physical site. You can define Active Directory sites if you have networks that are geographically separated, and Active Directory will manage the replication of the necessary database information between those 2 sites. Now, if you have a site that you can't physically secure, for instance, you don't have a secure server room, you can deploy their read-only domain controllers, and that helps to minimize the risks involved in having an exposed domain controller. So you need to physically protect them as well as protecting them against network attacks. Now, Windows Server is required to create a domain controller, and the process of configuring Windows Server as a domain controller is known as promotion. And in order to do that, you can use Server Manager or PowerShell. Before you promote Windows Server to a domain controller, you need to make sure that it's assigned a static IP address. So it shouldn't be receiving its IP address from a DHCP server. The actual promotion process involves 2 steps. So the first thing that you need to do is install the Active Directory Services server role bits on the server. And then once you've done that, you actually go through the promotion wizard that will ask you to enter the domain's FQDN, the NetBIOS name, and the safe mode password. Now, the safe mode password is basically what is required to enter Windows safe mode if you need to perform an operation with the Active Directory database offline. Optionally, at this stage, you can also install DNS. That's usually what we do. And once you've done all of that, all you need to do to complete the process is to reboot the server. Now, you can automate the process if you don't want to use the GUI tools, or if you need to perform a promotion on server core, you can do that using PowerShell. Now, to get the Active Directory Domain Services server role installed and the relevant management tools, you would use the Install Windows Feature Commandlet, as you can see on the slide now. All we need to do is basically provide the name of the server role that we want to install and just state that we also want to include the management tools. Now, to actually promote the server to a domain, if this is the first domain in a new forest, we use the install ADDS, so that's Active Directory Domain Services forest commandlet. And what we need to do here is exactly the same as what we did in Server Manager. We need to provide an FQDN for the domain. We need to state whether we want to install DNS. And at this stage, the safe mode administrator password parameter is optional. But if you don't specify it here, then you will be prompted to enter it during the promotion process. If you want to install an additional domain in an already existing forest, then instead of using the install adds forest commandlet, you would use install adds domain instead. And again, you need to reboot the server once the process has completed. Now, before users can log in using a domain user account, devices need to be joined to the domain. So the domain needs to trust the device. Now, domain user account is, of course, one that is located in the central Active Directory database, and that is preferable for IT organizations to use as opposed to a local or Microsoft account that's located just on the device, because domain user accounts are much easier to manage. Now, before you can join a device to a domain, you need to make sure that it can locate the DC record, the domain controller record in DNS. Now, if you can ping a domain controller name, then the likelihood is that Windows will also be able to locate its DC record in DNS. So once you've confirmed that name resolution works, you need to, in Windows 10, open the Settings app. And you join the device to a domain in the Account section under Access, Work or School, and you just click Connect. And there you have the option to join the device to a Windows Server AD domain or to Azure Active Directory. In Windows 7, the process is very simple, except that you use the System Control Panel applet instead, and then click Change on the Computer Name tab. Now, the System Control Panel applet has been deprecated in Windows 10 20H2, but you can still access it by typing sysadm.cpl in the Windows Run box if you want to do it the old-fashioned way. To perform the same procedure using PowerShell, you use the add computer commandlet, and you just need to specify the domain name that you want to join and a credential that will allow you to join the device to the domain. So basically, it's the same as joining the device to a domain using the Settings app in Windows 10, where you also need to provide that information. So what is the FQDN of the domain that you want to join, and a user account that has permission to add the device to the domain. And once you've done that, the device needs to restart, regardless of whether you're using PowerShell or the Settings app to join the device to your Active Directory domain. Now, once the device has rebooted, the user can finally log in with their domain user account. And there are two different formats the account name can be provided in. Now, the most common is as the user principal name, or UPN. And as you can see on the picture in the right of the slide, basically this is the account name followed by an ampersand, and then the FQDN of the domain by default. Now, this part of the UPN is actually called the UPN suffix, and by default you get one UPN suffix in the domain, and it's the same as the domain's FQDN. But you can add additional suffixes if you want. So for instance, I could change ad.contoso.com from my username to just contoso.com, and it makes it shorter and easier for users to type. The other way that you can log in is using the domain's NetBIOS name. So for instance, if my domain is ad.contoso.com, by default the domain's NetBIOS name is just ad. So I can use ad, a backslash, and then my account name. Then all I need to do is provide my password and press enter, and I will log into Windows 10 using my domain user account. So moving on to Azure Active Directory. Now, there are lots of features in Azure Active Directory that are not part of Windows Server AD. So Azure AD is designed primarily for user authentication to cloud apps. It provides services like single sign-on, so that users just have to sign in once to access multiple applications. Self-service password reset is also a useful feature that really lowers the cost for the help desk so that users don't need to call the help desk to reset their password. You can do external access for your business partners or customers. And now that more and more of us are working from home, Azure Active Directory conditional access is a really useful feature. So it allows you to set up policies, for instance, that might allow you to block access to your systems unless a device is security compliant. For instance, it might need to check that the antivirus definitions are up to date, that it has the latest Windows patches installed, that kind of thing. And that can really help you also secure access to your systems. There are also premium services that require a license, like Azure Active Directory domain services that we will talk about in more detail later. And some of the services that use Azure Active Directory, of course, the most well-known is Microsoft 365. And there are also other features in Windows that rely on Azure Active Directory for some of the functionality. Windows Autopilot is one of them, and Microsoft Intune, the mobile device management service, also uses Azure Active Directory for some of its features. Now, I talked about licenses, and there are several different ways that you can license Azure Active Directory. There is a free license, but the number of objects that you can create are limited, and it's not covered by any kind of service level agreement. If you want the more advanced features of Azure AD, you will need to buy a P1 or a P2 license. P2 license gives you access to all of the advanced features. Because there are so many features that are part of Azure AD, to find out more information about the licensing, you should follow the link on the slide there to Microsoft's website. Setting up an Azure AD tenant is relatively simple compared to Windows Server Active Directory. What you need to start with is an account in Microsoft Azure. If you don't have one, you can set up a free trial. Then all you need to do is create a new Azure Active Directory tenant in the Azure Management Portal. You just provide a name, an initial DNS name, and a region for the directory. Later, you can optionally set your own custom DNS name. Now, the initial DNS name will be a name that you choose, then it will be followed by onmicrosoft.com. Now, that is fine for testing, but of course, in a production environment, the chances are you're going to want to use your own DNS name. Once that's done, you can purchase licenses if you decide that you need licenses for what you want to do. You can do things like set company branding, configure Azure AD Connect, but a little bit more on that later. Now, the story for connecting devices to Azure Active Directory is a little bit different than from Windows Server Active Directory. So it differs in that devices can be joined, registered, or hybrid joined. Now, when you join a device to Azure AD, it's pretty much the same thing as joining a device to Windows Server AD. But only Windows 10 devices can be joined to Azure Active Directory. When you perform a hybrid join, you join the devices to Windows Server Active Directory, but at the same time they are registered with Azure Active Directory. Now, what does that registration mean? Registration with Azure AD is for scenarios where users don't want organizations to have complete control of their devices. For instance, in bring your own device scenarios. And indeed, devices can just be registered with AD without being joined to Windows Server Active Directory. Now, other operating systems can also be registered with Azure Active Directory. So, for instance, Android and iOS. And it's also worth noting that Windows 7 and Windows 8.1 can also be hybrid joined, even though they don't support an actual join to Azure Active Directory. You can register them and have them joined to Windows Server Active Directory at the same time. So let's have a look at how Azure Active Directory fits into the broader picture. So of course you can have user accounts stored in Azure Active Directory, and they can be used to authenticate against cloud applications. You can also have your Windows Server Active Directory, and in principle it can exist in complete isolation. But that's probably not very useful for most organizations. Now, your Windows Server Active Directory, of course, can be used by users to authenticate to your legacy applications. But what if they want to use the same user accounts to also authenticate maybe with Microsoft 365 apps? Now, in this case, you can synchronize users, groups, and password hashes from your Windows Server Active Directory to Azure AD. And this will allow that sign-on scenario where users can log into those cloud apps with their Windows Server Active Directory domain accounts. Additionally, you can also set up a managed domain using Azure AD Domain Services in the cloud. And what this provides is two domain controllers that are managed by Microsoft, so that your legacy apps can be moved to the cloud and access services like Kerberos authentication and group policy, for instance, without you having to modify those applications. So they can just come and basically work in exactly the same way as they did in your on-premises data center. I'm going to now take you through a few demos and show you how to manage user accounts. Now, the environment that I'm going to use is very similar to what you can see on the slide, but basically minus the managed domain. So I'm going to show you how to create new users, how to add them to groups, and you can do that using the GUI, and I'll also show you how to do it using PowerShell. I'm going to show you how to create a Windows Server Active Directory organizational unit, how to delegate access to a group of users so that they can reset passwords for user accounts in that OU, but without giving them domain admin rights. And finally, I'll show you how users are synchronized from Windows Server AD to Azure Active Directory in the cloud. So here I am connected to a Windows 10 device that is joined to my Windows Server Active Directory domain. Now this domain is called globomantics.uk, so ad.globomantics.uk. And what we need to do first of all is to create some users in the domain. Now there are two tools that can be used to do that. You can use Active Directory Users and Computers, or you can use the Active Directory Admin Center. Now I'm going to use Active Directory Users and Computers here, and you can find this tool if you're on a server in Server Manager in the Tools menu, if it's a domain controller, or you can install the tool on Windows 10 to use, and that's what I've done here. So you can just search for the tool in the search bar, so you just type Active Directory and it will come up with Users and Computers and whatever other management tools that you've installed. I've pinned it here to the taskbar, so I'm just going to open it up. And here you can see on the screen is the logical structure of the AD domain. So you can see here, for instance, that I've got already an organizational unit called accounts that I pre-created, and there are a couple of, as you can see, users there and a group called sensitive. So let's start by creating a new user. So you just choose the location where you want to create the new user account. So in this case, accounts. And if I right click here, I can select new and all different kinds of AD objects I have here, but I want to create a new user account. So I'm going to select user. So here I just need to give some information about the user's name. So we're going to create a new account for Fleur Wade. So I just typed the first name and last name, and you can see there that the full name field is automatically populated. Now the user login name and the domain name here is what is going to form the UPN. So again, I can just type here Fleur Wade, and she's going to log on with Fleur Wade at ad.globomantics.uk. If you have additional suffixes installed, you can click here and you can choose whatever suffix you want to give this user for their UPN. And here you can see the NetBIOS name for the domain and the username there automatically populated. Let's click Next. So now I need to give the user an initial password, so I'm going to do that. Hopefully they match. And I'm going to leave this selected that the user must change the password when they first log on. There are some other things there that you can set. For instance, you can decide that the user cannot change their own password or that their password should never expire. Or you can have the account created initially disabled if you want. Let's click Next. And here we've got a summary of the user account that we want to create. And all I need to do now is just click Finish to complete that process. And you can see there now in the Accounts OU that we have a new user account. Now, there are a couple of ways that I can add that user account to a group. So I can double click the user account and I can come to the Member Of tab. And by default, all new users are members of the domain users group. But if I want to add Fleur to the group sensitive, I can just type sensitive here, and you can see it's automatically added, and then I press OK. Alternatively, I can come to the sensitive group and select members, and you can see that Fleur is already a member of the group, and I can add another user. Maybe I want to add Aubrey there. If I just type Aubrey, there we are, it's already found her, and she's added, no problem at all. Let's delete those two accounts because I'm going to recreate them now using PowerShell. So I just select them, click Delete, and there we go. They're gone. So now let's do exactly the same thing but using PowerShell. Now I've got Visual Studio Code installed here because I just find this is the easiest tool for me to use when I'm demoing PowerShell. But you can run these commands just in a usual PowerShell prompt if you want. In order to use the PowerShell commands for Active Directory, the Active Directory module for PowerShell needs to be installed on the device. If you're doing this from a domain controller, which you shouldn't be as an everyday thing, but if you're doing it just in a test environment, then that module is automatically installed on a domain controller, or you can install it on any Windows 10 device, much like the GUI tools for managing Active Directory. So here you can see that I've got two commandlets, the new AD user commandlets, and there are various parameters here that I've specified. So these things are for the Active Directory user account, so the display name, the given name, which is basically the first name, the SAM account name, which is for the SAM account database, the surname, and probably what is the strangest thing here is the path. Now, where do I want to create this account? I want to create it in the Accounts OU. So I need to specify the OU as accounts, and then the domain name, you can see there, AD Globomantics UK. Here we have to also specify a password for the account, and it needs to be passed to PowerShell as a secure string, otherwise it won't accept it. So I'm using the convert to secure string commandlet to convert this plain text password into a secure string for PowerShell. Lastly, I want to make sure that account is enabled. So by default, they're disabled if you don't specify this parameter, so I'm going to enable it. And I also want to make sure that the user is required to change that initial password when they log on for the first time. So I have the same command for Aubrey and exactly the same command for Fleur. And if I select all of that and run it, you can see now that that code has run in the terminal window at the bottom of Visual Studio Code. No errors returned, so I can hopefully safely assume that those accounts have been created. So I can use PowerShell to check whether those users were created. So if I put here get AD user, put the identity, who do I want to see? Aubrey Plant, let's check. And there you can see it's returned information about that user account. If I come back to Active Directory users and computers and refresh the view here, you can see I now have Aubrey Plant and Fleur Wade back in AD users and computers as well. What if I want to add Aubrey and Fleur to a group? All I need to do, as you can see here, is use the add AD group member commandlet, provide the identity of the group that I want to add the users to. So here the sensitive group, and who's going to be members of that group, Aubrey and Fleur. So if I run that, now if I come back over to Active Directory users and computers, if I open sensitive and check the members, we can see again that Aubrey and Fleur have now been added back into that group. If I want to delete a user account, it's also pretty easy. I just use remove AD user and provide the identity. So let's delete Fleur. Let's just confirm that operation to make sure we really want to do it. And there we're done. So if I come back to Active Directory users and computers, I refresh, and we should see that Fleur Wade will disappear, and boom, she's gone. So I'm going to create now a new organizational unit. All I need to do is to right click on my domain, select new and organizational units, and I'm going to call the new OU Petri. Really as simple as that. So what am I going to do? I'm going to add a user to the Petri OU. So here I have just a new user I'm going to create. So let's say, who are we going to put in there? Let's put Brad Sams into there. Sorry, Brad, I'm stealing your identity, but it's all for a good cause. So I'm going to put Brad into there. I'm going to set a password for him. Yep, and I'm just going to confirm that. And there you can see there Brad's user account has appeared in the Petri OU. Now I want to make sure that only help desk users can reset passwords on users' objects in this OU and not do anything else. So they can just reset the password, but they can't create new users or delete them or stuff like this. So in my users container, I already have a group called help desk and a user called help desk 1. So if I come to my Petri OU, I can delegate control and follow through the delegation of control wizard. And who do I want to delegate control to? I want to delegate control to the help desk group, and not to an individual user, but to the actual group, because help desk 1 is a member of the help desk group. So there we go, there's the group added. And what do I want people who are in that group to be able to do? I want them to be able to reset user passwords and force password change at the next logon. Okay, that's fine. So I've selected that task. Click next there, and that's it. Just confirming the changes that I'm making, and we click finish. Okay. So now I want to run the Active Directory users and computers tool as the help desk one user, and let's see what they're able to do in that organizational unit. So if I search here for MMC and open the file location, if I right click and hold shift down at the same time, I can run this tool as a different user. So I'm going to run it as we're already in the AD domain, so I can just type help desk 1, the user that I want to run the tool as, put in their passwords, and I'm going to add the Active Directory users and computers tool to this management console. So if I expand my domain, and we're going to have a look here at the Petri organizational unit. If I right click, you see that there's no option here to add any kind of new user. Can't do it. I don't have permission. Let's try and delete Brad's user account. Are you sure? Can't do it. I don't have enough rights. But if I want to reset his password, I should be able to do it. Let's make sure the passwords match. And do this. Yep, I want him to change the password when he logs on next. Click OK. The password for Brad Sams has been changed. There we are. So that's how you can delegate privileges to an organizational unit and manage your users in that way. So what about Azure Active Directory? Now, as you remember from the diagram in the slide, this Windows Server Active Directory is being synchronized, the users, groups, password hashes, to Azure Active Directory. So let me just switch my window to Azure Active Directory. Just give me 1 second. And you can see here that I'm logged into the globalmantics.uk account, the Russell accounts, and I want to switch to Azure Active Directory and have a look what's going on. So if I come to the hamburger menu here on the left, I'm going to select Active Directory, and I'm going to click here, Users, and you can see a whole list of users here that have been synchronized from Windows Server AD to Azure AD. So if I click on Argo Smith here, that's actually the name of my dog, you can see the source of this user account, Windows Server Active Directory. Now, user accounts by default are synchronized from Windows Server AD to Azure AD every 30 minutes. So you can see here that Brad Sams has not yet been synchronized, but if we were to hang around for that long, we're not going to, of course, you would see that account also appear in this list. Okay, what about creating new tenants and new users? So if I come across to Home here, I'm going to come back to Active Directory. Okay, and you see here I have the option, if I want to create a new Azure Active Directory tenant. So for instance, I could create a new tenant, Azure Active Directory, and all I need to do is give it some kind of name. So I could call it BWW. Let's see, what's the initial name going to be? BWW200. Let's just see, is it available? You can see a green tick there appears on the far right, which means I can use that domain name and the location. Then all I need to do is click to the last stage, review and create. Not much information there to verify, but you can see I have some information. I just want to confirm it, and then I would click create to create that new tenant. And really that's all there is to it. I'm not going to do that because that creates takes a little bit of time to do, but I have one pre-baked here. If I come back to Azure AD, if I click switch tenants, I've already created a tenant called Petri, so I'm just going to switch to that. Just take a few seconds to log into that tenant. So if I create a new user is the first thing I want to do, so I'm going to click on users, and all I need to do here is click new user. So for instance, because this Azure AD tenant is not connected to my Windows Server Active Directory in any way, I can reuse the Brad account. So I can create an account called Brad Sams. Sorry, let me just put there. Brad Sams. What's his name? Brad Sams with a space. First name, last name. I'm going to have the password auto-generated. I could add him to a group. I don't have any groups, as you can see, but if there were some created, I could add him. I could assign a user role, something other than user if I had a premium subscription, but I don't. And some other things that I can set here, like the usage, location. Am I going to block his sign-in? Well, no. I want him to be able to sign in. Some other information I can add. It's not compulsory, it's an optional thing. And I just click create. And you can see there that the new user account has been created. So I just click there. And you can see that the user source for this account is Azure Active Directory. That's it from me. Thank you very much for joining. Do stay tuned because there are lots more sessions coming today. And if you would like the slide deck, then please use the link that you can see on the screen now.
The session has now concluded. Make sure to download the handouts at petri.com/conferences, or you can find a link down in the description below. Stay tuned, there are more sessions ahead.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining my session today, 3 ways to secure and streamline Microsoft user management. I am Bob Boble. I am the founder and CEO of KO Software, or KioSoft. I founded this company in 2013, specifically to create management and protection tools for Microsoft hybrid Active Directory environments. I've been doing quite a bit in the identity management area for quite some time. Before starting KioSoft, I held product management positions for Quest Software and for Netrix. If you've been working in the Active Directory space for a while, you'll recognize those names. Down at the bottom is my contact detail, so if you want to link me on Twitter or follow me on Twitter or connect with me on LinkedIn, feel free. My email address is down there if you have any questions. So today's session, 3 ways to secure and streamline Microsoft user management. The idea is that we're going to talk primarily around hybrid management. I'm going to do a couple demos of the KioSoft tool while we're doing this as well. But the idea is we're talking about hybrid for a very specific reason, and I'll get to that in a moment. Key takeaways from today's session, we're going to talk about user provisioning and maybe more importantly, user deprovisioning. That's setting up and tearing down of identities in your environment. Managing groups and memberships is the second takeaway. That's really about adding people and removing people from groups or granting and revoking access. So identity and access. And then finally, the last item we're going to go through as a takeaway is we're going to talk about how you can securely allow other people to be granted permissions to perform tasks alongside of your standard IT team, and then maybe even distribute that out past IT into self-service. All of those are fair game. Here's why we're going to talk about hybrid primarily. Petri did a survey a little while back. 51% of the respondents said that they are in hybrid mode. That is with Active Directory on-premise, Azure Active Directory in the cloud, and Azure AD Connect synchronizing from on-premise to cloud. 39% said they were only on-premise still, and only that small little number at the top there, only 10% were cloud only. My guess is that 10% are smaller organizations who may not need servers and might not have a very big investment in Active Directory on-premise. Good thing we're in hybrid. My company deals with hybrid management. That's why they're having us speak today. But that's why we're going to talk about hybrid, because it really does cover on-premise and cloud also, if you're talking about sort of the connection of the two environments. So let's talk about the challenges here. Why is user provisioning a challenge? Well, user provisioning natively is done manually typically. There are no automation tools that come out of the box with the solution. And it makes it hard to do. I mean, it's just complex and often error prone, and that leads to increased costs in both time and the errors and the results of those errors, either creating the wrong accounts, having duplicate accounts, the confusion and help desk tickets that go along with all those potential issues. Deprovisioning or or locking down accounts after somebody leaves is absolutely critical. Most organizations have some responsibility to terminate accounts in a timely manner, whether it's for security reasons or compliance reasons. Doesn't really matter. Most people want that done quickly. We all hear those old horror stories about somebody who left an organization and 6 months later they're still getting their email on their phone, right? You don't want to have that happen, especially in things like public companies or not-for-profits where that data could be sensitive or maybe make the organization look bad in some way. A bigger thing that is probably driving a lot of this is the number of changes within the organization. Not only do you hire people, but people are promoted, demoted, they change locations, they change their mobile phone numbers, they start up new projects, they need access to things. So there's just a volume of those things. And user provisioning and deprovisioning also includes updating users. So basically any change to a user is considered part of that life cycle. Granting access to people, that's about group management. Groups are still the most popular way to grant access in Microsoft environments. This too is manual. It's very costly in terms of time, and it's also error prone. But worse, it's sometimes looked at as sort of a necessary evil, and oftentimes groups go unmanaged. And you put a bunch of people in there and forget that they're there. The people get demoted or promoted, and that level of access should change, but nobody takes them out of those groups. So they continue to get new permissions to grant things, new permission grants to resources, but they don't, or they rarely have them taken away, which is unfortunate because that means they're over permissioned again. Oftentimes groups are left sort of an inconsistent state, meaning, the help desk ticket gets missed or somebody is manually updating the group incorrectly. And so now all of a sudden your access model, grants of access, isn't accurate, and that's a big problem as well. They're often out of date. And it's just because it's so many groups and so many users, something's got to give. And so manually updating those groups, tends to become a reminder in Outlook, which just doesn't work. So both the manual management or manual provisioning and manual group management, so basically manual identity management, if you want to think of it that way, leaves these big security gaps, big gaps in compliance policy enforcement, and ultimately it can damage the organization. You could have bad actors attacking the system with over-permissioned groups or over-permissioned accounts. They have an administrator who's using one account for both admin tasks and reading his email. They compromise that. Now they have admin across your environment. Things like that happen often. So getting these two things under control is really key, and it's a big challenge for environments in medium and large companies. Smaller companies, if they're careful, they tend to be able to do it with native tools. It's just the way it is. So if you have less than 250 people, you probably can do it with native tools. If you have more than that, then it gets to be a burden that's difficult to keep track of everything. Now, as you grow, or if you want to have a team of people doing provisioning and deprovisioning and updates and group management, et cetera, you're going to have to figure out delegation. And unfortunately, the native platforms for delegation just are not that great when you start to try and apply that in an enterprise role. They might give you great granular permissions, but then there's no interface to exercise those for end users. Or it may be that the permissions they give you in the roles are just not granular enough, so you end up giving people global admin or domain admin, which they shouldn't have in the first place, because they need to reset password in a way that requires some weird situation. So what you end up with today is that you end up with too many people with too many privileges, and there's lots and lots of administrative tasks that need to be done. And so this all kind of conspires to make it really difficult to do delegation natively. There's another thing that happens as well. In on-premise Active Directory, we have something called an organizational unit. In the cloud, that doesn't exist. So we no longer have administrative scopes that worked effectively. So keep in mind that that's an issue. If you have a good model for delegation, you can extend that to self-service often, and then you're able to take more advantage of more people and reduce the workload on your central IT staff. Let's talk about user provisioning in detail. Excuse me. So user provisioning, the way I look at it, is a life cycle. It's not just a one-time event of adding an account. It's really the life cycle of that account. sometimes you'll hear it termed cradle to grave management of a user and their access, but in effect, it's somebody joins the organization, you got to give them an account, they're going to change their role within the organization over time. We call those movers. They move to a new office, or they move to a new department or new job title. Things have to get updated. And then finally, you have people that are terminated or they leave, and you have to term those accounts so that they no longer have access. And that's taken on a new urgency, especially if you're doing hybrid management, is you want to reclaim those licenses as well in the cloud. Or if you're doing cloud-only management, you want to reclaim those licenses. But when you provision an account, don't forget that there's other things that have to happen there other than just creating an account in Active Directory, right? There's a whole process that goes on there. So provisioning, step one, you're going to create the account. Step two is the second part of that, and that's giving it all the entitlements, maybe giving it group memberships, et cetera, so that that person can do their job. And then on number three here on our Ferris wheel of provisioning, that's day-to-day updates. That happens after they've been with the organization for a while and they're starting to move around or change roles or do whatever. Step four is the time they decide they're going to leave the organization, they retired, died, or were fired, and that you have to lock the account down, and then you have to clean up those accounts over time as well. Now, this is just user accounts, right? We're not talking about groups yet. Groups fall into all of those areas. You're going to add them at the beginning. You're going to keep managing them, adding and removing people during step three, and then you have all the deprovisioning that happens, and you're going to have to remove people from those groups and clean up those groups. So here's a pretty typical step by step. Create the account in Active Directory on premise, assign some group memberships. People still using home folders and profiles on AD. That's, we still see that every day. They wait for synchronization. That's the Azure AD Connect bit. It might take 30 minutes if you're staying within the SLA Microsoft gives you on how often you can run that thing. It's going to create the user accounts. You're going to assign some licenses. You're going to have to configure the mailbox, and you may have to configure a remote mailbox. Now, some people will do this in Active Directory users' computers. Then they jump over to Azure AD Connect, and they'll just run the sync, and then they jump back over to Exchange and create the remote mailbox. Well, wait a minute. You got to likely going to have to go to the Office console, assign the license to give it a mailbox, and jump back over to Exchange on premise to give it the remote mailbox. And then they're going to configure Teams or Skype, whatever. They're going to apply some policies, mailbox policies, what have you, communications policies, more licensing, and then they're going to assign groups. Well, none of that has to be done manually. It can all be done automatically. And the reason you want to do this automatically is it comes down to time and money. So manual user provisioning can take anywhere between 30 to 75 minutes per account to accomplish. Now, that's hands-on keyboard time. It could take actually longer for the account to become usable, because it could be the Active Directory team creates the account, and then somebody else, receives a ticket once that's closed, and then they create the mailbox, and then a ticket goes to the Teams team, and they add them to teams or groups, whatever. So it could actually be over several days or weeks. So the cost of that, a help desk ticket to do just traditional user provisioning is starting somewhere around $15, but it can go up to $60, $70, $80 per user, depending on the complexity of the environment and sort of how divided up your administrative staff is. If you can get access to your HR data or your ERP data or your student information system data, and you can automate that process, whether it's with a third-party tool like us or with scripts, you'll get that cost down to less than $1, maybe $2, and it's going to go quick. It'll be maybe a minute and a half, a minute per account. That's a big, big savings if you consider, 10% of your organization turns over every year, 5% new, 5% leave, et cetera. And then all the changes that happen in between. So what's my knock on scripts? I love PowerShell scripts, man. We worked with the Microsoft team to develop, my team developed some Azure Active Directory commands, some Active Directory PowerShell commands back in 2008 with Microsoft directly. And then we ourselves have built a graph module for PowerShell that's on the PowerShell gallery that will allow you to use PowerShell through Graph to manage Azure AD and other things within the stack on the Microsoft 365 side. So I'm not a anti-script guy. It's just this is hard to do. Provisioning's hard to do with a script. This is a 19-page script. It's single-space text and in a 10-point font thrown into Microsoft Word. This is a customer script I actually received from a customer when their PowerShell person left. I don't know if they retired, died, or were fired. Something happened. They were no longer available, and the team that was left behind couldn't manage this. It got along for a couple of weeks, and then something in the business changed. They needed to edit the script, and then it caused issues, et cetera. And they certainly weren't, keeping up with the changes on the Microsoft side. So every time a new license type would show up or a new application they wanted to roll out, the script just wasn't up to it. So why are scripts typically difficult? Well, first of all, from a security standpoint, you can't really delegate them easily. You can do things like embed passwords, but again, that's kind of tough. And not usually wanting to have help desk folks or day-to-day admins having to pull out scripts and do those sorts of things. It can be done, but it's sort of a knock on it. And if you don't want to embed passwords, now you're kind of stuck giving people over too many permissions or extending their privileges. That's not good. They're complex typically to manage. You have to know about what the schemas are, data types. You have to be a developer basically, and a lot of errors happen with scripts because people aren't developers. They don't test properly. They don't put in code to watch for errors and do error handling, probably like a professional developer would do. And then finally, stability becomes an issue over time. As soon as the business changes, the script has to change. So you're going to have a scripting person there. And if you have one or two scripting people, an heir and a spare, so to speak, then scripts might work for you. But we typically find that folks over time have issues, and they start to realize the cost of managing that stuff is going to far exceed finding a native solution or a third-party solution. So let me give you some best practices. My first comment is start with deprovisioning. So if you have to do one task in provisioning, start with figuring out which accounts are no longer valid accounts and make sure you get rid of those obsolete accounts. Now, there's lots of ways to identify an obsolete account. You can look at, have they changed the password within the password period, password expiry period, et cetera. You can look for all those things. But if your HR system has a list of terminated users, grab that list from your HR system and start figuring out how you lock those accounts down. Deprovisioning is one of the simpler steps, as long as you're not worrying about cleaning all the stuff up. But you could start with that and make a big impact on your security and your compliance. Second is then start to look to automate those onboarding or the joiners to provision new accounts. And you want to get a good HR data or ERP data that has your employees, what their current status is, their current, active, terminated, whatever. And then things like their job title and last names and all those sorts of things that you might want to populate into Active Directory so it shows up in your global address list nicely. If your HR system actually isn't where people are hired and fired, maybe they're hired and fired in the field, HR doesn't find out for several days, that could be a challenge. You might consider semi-automation, which is you're still going to have people kick off the provisioning, but you might use a script or you might use a third-party tool to do those types of things. A little automation is better than none at all, and you're still going to save yourself time and some complexity there. Remember, scripting does have hidden costs, so just be careful there. And then finally, automate your entitlement assignments. That's your mailbox, group memberships, et cetera. But you got to keep an eye on that process. And then, when you do something like grant a mailbox, you got to go configure that thing. So don't forget that it's not just about assignment only, it's also then assigning and configuring those items. So what I'd like to do is just do a quick demo to show you how our tool, Chaosoft Administrator, works. So I'm going to jump over to my Windows 2019 server. This is our web portal, by the way. We'll talk about this stuff over here on the left and what I'm looking at here in a moment. That's going to be demo 2. Let's just jump straight over to our automation console. So this is a pretty traditional looking console. It's not an MMC, but it looks kind of like it. It's running on the server. And I want to provision some users in a hybrid environment. So I have to find the tile. There's provision AD, update hybrid. Oh, here it is, provision hybrid user. So I'm going to click on that, and it asks what my data source is. So it's either a SQL server, an Oracle database server, or I can use a text file. Like I said earlier, immutable law, every HR system will export a text file of the employees. It's just something they all do. And then here are all the steps. So once I've selected this particular template, it will go out and create what we call a run book. I've already done this for quite a few of these. So what I'm looking at right now are a bunch of folders that contain what we call workflows or run books. This is a workflow that provisions new users from a text file. And if I look here, the first step is create users. Second step is something, I don't know what that does. It updates properties. But it turned out my HR system data didn't have the actual physical mailing address. It just had the office name. So this step looks up the office address and adds it to the user account in Active Directory. Then it creates the Office 365 or Microsoft 365 account and then enforces the license. Notice there's no synchronization step here. We don't require that, and you'll see that here in a minute. And that saves having to wait that 30 minutes that you might be doing if you're using synchronization to do the provisioning. Then we create the on-premise Exchange remote mailbox if you're in hybrid. Then we configure that mailbox. I have that disabled just so it saves a little bit of time. And then we move that user into the correct OU in Active Directory. And because OUs don't exist in the cloud, we don't have any OU to move people into. So we can't really do that. But we do have, in our latest release, the ability to move people or add people to a native, what they call administrative unit. They just were coming out of beta. Not many people are using them yet, but it's available, and we do now support that in our tool. And then finally, we have updating some users and groups, which I'm okay with. So I'm just going to run this. Well, before I run it, let's take a quick look here, how these things work. So I'm going to go ahead and modify the first one. And you'll see that I have text file piped to create 80 users. All right, cool. That's kind of a PowerShell thing. Now, it turns out we use mainly PowerShell and Microsoft Graph, if we're calling Microsoft Stack, Cloud Stack, and we use Google's Web Services API if we're calling Google or Amazon or whatever their local API is. But you'll see here I have a data file. I can go out and quickly preview this just to see what's in that data file. 5 users. Adam Arturo is my first one. Pretty simple. I'm going to put them into a pending OU. And if you remember, I mentioned later on after we create them, we're going to move them into the correct OU. This just means I have one empty OU where I'm going to put all those users. Once I put those users in there, then I can do all sorts of things to them, then move them out quickly. So it works pretty well. And then I have to choose how the account's going to be created. So here we have different naming conventions. If we don't have one off the drop down, we have a little tool that'll let you create your own unique naming conventions for SAM account name, UPN prefix, etc. So we do help you do unique name generation as well. And then you just have a bunch of other stuff out here. You can even notify the manager. So each one of these rules that's part of that run book has a set of configuration. Once you configure it, you've basically created a mini script, if you want to think of it that way. But we've exposed the settings people need, and we've tested these. So that's very simple to run, very simple to build, configure, and run. So let's go ahead and kick this off. And you remember I had those 2 items here for moving the users into a correct OU, and also then doing mailbox settings turned off just to save a little bit of time. I'm going to jump over here to Active Directory users and computers, and you'll see that there are those users that are created here super quickly. And there's Adam Arturo. So if I open him up, you'll see, yep, New York accounting user, okay? And then I have another New York finance user here, and these are going to be important later. So how did I know these actually made it over to Office 365? Well, let's go take a look again in the console. You have this little service light that if I put my mouse up there, it tells me what it's doing. It's completed this. If I do a quick refresh here, it tells me that 7 rules were run. If I go out and look at these, I'm sure that I'm going to find them out there. So let's go ahead and jump over to the Chaosoft web portal and take a quick look here. So what I'm looking at right now is our web portal. I probably should have started on the home page, but it's starting on what we call license optimization. And this shows me the users in a particular grouping, administrative grouping, and what their current status is. Are they using their license? What's the license costing the organization, et cetera. I'm not really interested in that right now. I'm really interested in looking at Active Directory and looking to see if Adam Arturo lives here yet. So we'll search for Adam A. That's a very fast Active Directory search. There's Adam Arturo. Cool, that worked. So now let's go down, and since we manage both Active Directory and Azure Active Directory simultaneously, I can just jump down here and search. And there's Adam Arturo in the cloud, and you'll see that he is licensed, but he's pre-synced. That's one of our secrets. We can create those accounts, we pre-map them, and then when synchronization hits, they'll now become true hybrid users. And that takes anywhere between 0 and 30 minutes, depending on where I hit. But this very quickly just confirmed that those accounts were created. And I'll explain a little bit more later on about what these groupings are here on the left when we get to it. So I'm going to jump back over to my presentation, and now we're going to talk about working with groups to manage them properly. Remember, groups are typically used to assign access to resources. Exchange DL distribution list gives you access to emails sent to that DL. Other groups may be used to grant access to SharePoint. Microsoft Teams uses an Office 365 unified group. On-premise, accessing a file share, maybe just an Active Directory security group. But anyway, they're the basic foundation of how security is still done in Microsoft environments. Now, there are other ways to grant access to people with policies, but for the most part, it's still group-based. And groups are one of those items that are synchronized from on-premise to cloud, similar to users, so it's convenient. Now, I wanted to mention something. We see in our everyday work, people who are creating groups that we call or kind of look at as infrastructure groups. So all New York accounting users, or everybody in Columbus, right? Or all product management folks. Those are groups of people that you might need to contact or grant access to on a day-to-day basis. Important members of your organization that you're constantly working with. I call those infrastructure groups. There are other types of groups which are based on business justification. Oftentimes, those are things like people with access to the accounting software system, or product release team, for example, we have here. Those groups are often the ones that are very, very security or compliance sensitive because it's the membership are selective. You're picking and choosing who goes in and out of those groups. If those groups aren't maintained properly, you can get yourself into quite a bit of either security or compliance problems. So we're going to talk about those in a moment. And the other thing I'm just going to caution you about, we all know, well, I hope everybody knows that there's a recycle bin that can be enabled on premise. There's a recycle bin in Azure Active Directory, both of which will undelete a group. They will not undelete changes to group membership. So if your access model is based on groups, you darn well better be sure you're backing up your group memberships. Worst case scenario, you write a script to dump those things out onto a report. That way, if something were to happen to a group, somebody cleared the membership inappropriately, it was corrupted, whatever it might be, you could actually undelete it from the recycle bin, but then put the membership back if needed. So it gives you that extra bit of security there while people are managing groups. And if you're starting to manage groups in a way that includes self-service group membership, that becomes even more critical. So a couple of group management best practices. First of all, review your existing groups. As you determine what they're used for, make sure that there's a description on them that tells you pretty much what they're used for. I can't tell you how frustrating it is to find a group that has something like members have access to a resource, right? Something crazy that doesn't really tell you what that thing is used for. So be careful there, but give it some kind of description to make it simpler to work with. Clean up and get rid of obsolete groups that are either no longer used or that are empty, for example, they're created but never populated. Chaosoft does have a free tool that on premise will non-destructively disable a group. If you're interested in that, you can ping me or just go to chaosoft.com and look for Chaosoft Suspend. It's a free tool that you can use to lock down users or groups in Active Directory on premise. If you can, automate memberships. If you can use either the Microsoft Dynamic Groups, Dynamic Distribution Lists in Exchange on premise, or Dynamic Groups in the cloud, if you can make them work, that's a good way to do it. It'll automatically add and remove people. But they're not exactly perfect. There's a little language you got to learn to understand how to add and remove people, and they're pretty simplistic in the way they do their rules. But that is definitely one of the things that you want to do to help improve the accuracy, because now you have a rule set. You're going to mechanically add and remove people like a robot. Delegate group management tasks very carefully. So as you start to push group management out to end users, those people should be very carefully looked at to make sure they're the right people who are going to be managing that membership. There are all sorts of tools out there that claim they're going to find the owner of a group. It's a best guess, and sometimes it's not the right person. So you got to really find the person that has the business knowledge of whether an individual should be added to the group or not, right? The business justification. And finally, the way you do that, the way you attach those is you use, excuse me, group ownership. That's the manage by attribute on an Active Directory group, either on-premise or in the cloud. If you have Exchange installed, there are also secondary owners that can be used. But assign that ownership when you find it. Figure out who's responsible for that group. If you don't already know, you can ping the members in the group itself, ask them, but they'll figure it out, and then make sure they're assigned ownership by adding them to the manage by attribute. And a little trick, if you didn't know this, that in Active Directory on-premise, that manage by attribute can be either an individual user or it can actually be a group. So it could be a couple of people who are responsible, and then they can manage their own group memberships. You want to audit those group memberships. I would not only audit them, I'd do the backup of those memberships by exporting them. So I have a point-in-time snapshot of those. You want to try and require periodic reviews, both your Active Directory on-premise groups and your cloud groups. Now, Microsoft does have a review process for the cloud groups, and they recommend a 180-day review of all your Office 365 groups. That only gets you 1 out of the 6 group types. And you don't want to delete groups to the recycle bin because they're pretty harsh restrictions there. So you probably want to record the memberships and strip the memberships. It's probably a better way so you don't actually lose the group after the 30 days. Nothing worse than having a group disappear on you in 30 days and 31 days later somebody comes back and says, oh, I need that group because it grants access to these 75 things and I was out on sick leave. Now you're in trouble, right? So keep in mind you want to try and remediate the remediation that Microsoft provides, which is deleting. So let's take a quick look. We're going to do another quick demo of Chaosoft Administrator here, very, very brief. And that'll let me delve a little bit into group membership management. So first of all, we do support delegated group membership. So in Active Directory, you'll see one of the group type or one of the object types we have here is a group. When I search, I see all the Active Directory groups. And also, if I'm talking about delegation, I have the group types here on Office. So I can do AD groups, like I just showed you, or I can do synchronized security groups, new security groups, Office unified groups, or Exchange DLs in the cloud. So we pretty much get every group type, and you can manually manage those. But really what I'm talking about here is automatic management of these groups. So just like we had run books for lots of activities to automate administrative tasks, we also have something called dynamic groups, which are run books basically for individual groups. So I'm going to expand these 2 folders because I have quite a few groups that I've set up with rules to automatically populate. So I know I just added Adam Arturo and one other individual to New York, and they're in finance. So I actually have a group called finance.New York, and I've created a couple of rules. So down at the bottom, these 2 sections here are the rules. The first rule is to use a query to include any full-time New York City accountant or finance employee. All right, cool. And the rule is actually here. We've written it out a little bit. When I edit this, I see that sure enough, there is my rule. It looks like PowerShell because it is. Whether we're using web service calls or PowerShell, this is the syntax we use. Now, you don't have to know how to type that. We actually give you the ability through a little dialog box to choose whether it's equal or and or greater than, less than, etc. And we do groupings and things like that to give you some order of operation or order of precedence capabilities. But we basically have surfaced PowerShell group management here in a way and reuse that for other platforms that we're using. So I created a rule that says if the department of the user equals finance and the department of or the department equals accounting and they're in New York, and with the parentheses, it's got to be one of these 2 and it has to be New York. So that sets up my rule. If I needed another rule here, I could add another rule. And it could be for users groups, anything that's legal in an Active Directory group, or I can actually clone the membership from another group, go after an Oracle database or a SQL database or a text file. Quite a few things. We'll just add another rule onto this, and I'd configure it, and then I'd be able to run it. Now, I may have somebody I want to add to the group that doesn't exist in these parameters or won't come through in these parameters. So here I have Albert Einstein, who may be director of operations, but's in Columbus, certainly not in New York. But this individual needs to be here. So I actually included them as a statically named object. Now I could have also excluded people by query or objects by query, and I could have excluded people by name, which is exclude individual objects. All in all, it's pretty granular process. I pretty much get anything I want out of these things and very, very easily. Now, typically I would enable this on a schedule and just have this thing run in the background, or we'll have a run book like we had the provision that would call this. So once these rules are set up, I simply click run. You'll see the little green light light up. That was it. Take a look, see what happened. Yep, it ran the 2 rules. If I open up this one, I see there are the rules that were in place at the time. And then I see, oh, look at that. Let's expand membership. It added Allison and Adam, which were the 2 new accounts that were just created. So it added these people, but why do I have the query here? Well, you need an audit trail. So I needed to know what the query was at the time the query was actually executed or the rules were executed. That way, if somebody comes in and messes around with it, I'll know the last time it was audited or changed was by, at this date and time by this individual, and this was the new rule that they created. That way, if somebody's given inappropriate access, we have a paper trail basically showing you where those things are going to go. So that's pretty simple, I think, in terms of setting up those what we call dynamic groups. Now, that was on the Active Directory side, but you'll notice we also have one on the Office 365 side, and they work exactly the same: include, exclude by query, or include and exclude by name. And this time it's just Office 365 or cloning an Office 365 group or whatever the other options are for Office groups. And again, it could be an Exchange DL in the cloud, it could be a Azure AD security group, or it could be an Office 365 unified group. But once you create your rules, you just simply run these, whether it's on schedule, it's called, or I just do immediate mode, and it'll go out and find out who should be added or removed. It's still working. That was from the previous run, but it'll go out and those new users just got put into those groups. And in fact, this works with teams as well. So if I know I have a team, I can use this to put people and remove people from a team. All right, automated group membership out of the way. Let's talk about delegation. Delegation is how you let others help you manage your identities and access or your directories. You need to make sure it's both secure and compliant. That's critical, because this has a direct impact on both your security goals and your compliance goals. So you be careful with this because it's a very difficult process, and granting permissions on-premise Active Directory is much different than granting permissions in the cloud where they use roles. On-premise, they use groups, or you use something called the delegation of control wizard to assign individual permissions, which is kind of a mess. But when you delegate, you have to have a solution that lets you delegate not just the permissions, but also have a scope to assign them to. So on-premise in Active Directory, we had OUs, organizational units. So I had an admin scope by default. Those don't exist in the cloud, right? So you still have to have an administrative scope. Since I can't delegate to an OU, I have to use something else. Microsoft's working on something called an administrative unit. We actually already have one and had it for several years and kind of working on our 3rd generation there, but that gives me an administrative scope. And you can tell that it's a good delegation because when you read it out loud, it'll say something like Kelly can reset passwords, but only for Columbus users, right? Or something. So there's a qualifier. I have the trustee, Kelly, the permission, reset password, and then the scope, which is Columbus users. So that gives me kind of the secure and compliant vision of what that delegation should give me. Delegations also give you a list of provable controls. So if somebody wants to know who has permission to do what, you can list those out, often a target of security audits or compliance audits. And also, if you do delegation correctly, especially in self-service, like with group management, you can actually move the burden of security and compliance onto maybe a business owner who owns the application or the data that they're granting access to, and the person that has the business knowledge to justify those grants makes it nice, because no longer is the IT team having to spend a week figuring out whether that person should be put in a group or not that's going to grant them access to unannounced financial results. So you might consider that just alone for doing self-service. Put application and data owners, let them deal with the access themselves. Again, those may be things that you want to do. It also makes you more efficient. So the IT team gains efficiency because you now have just not one person that can, a domain admin or a global admin can manage these groups. You can assign these to IT folks on the help desk or day-to-day administrators, or even extending to self-service where the group owners manage their own memberships and accounts. And the great news about this, as you start to distribute that workload, we're all facing decreasing budgets and having to do more with less. probably don't have the budget to increase your staff. So as your IT staff becomes overworked, you can start to look at self-service as sort of the release valve to get rid of some of the pressure and get accurate and quick results for your end user community. Self-service can also reduce not only the time it takes to resolve an issue or to get, for example, a group membership changed. It can also potentially move the burden of compliance to the application or data owner, but it's also going to reduce the cost of your help desk tickets. Some of those tickets are going to cost you $15 to $60 for simple things like reset passwords or unlocking accounts or changing a mobile number. All those are sort of fair game for delegating out either to end users or to folks, maybe not even on your IT team, maybe just somebody in a regional office can do those things for people on the IT team's behalf, and that reduces the stress and the workload on IT and ultimately saves the organization money. Native delegation just isn't enough. I mentioned this earlier. The native tools aren't granular enough typically in the cloud. On premise, they're granular, but then there's no interface to really exercise those properly. It's very difficult to get all these things to work. You're gonna have to turn to scripting usually to exercise the permissions granted. As we saw, scripts are a little tough. Inattention to delegation and mistakes are really costly. So those native permissions, once they're granted, they're kind of hard to understand. You're going to have to go out and find a third-party tool to analyze them and decipher the hieroglyphs. And again, permissions are often granted but never revoked, so that's not an ideal situation. And then also, if you're doing the sort of the old-fashioned proper way of delegation, you're going to assign the group a permission, put people into the group. Group nesting throws that into turmoil as well. A couple of recommendations. First of all, whatever you do, work on making it least privilege, meaning implement a least privilege model. Only grant permissions that are absolutely required by that particular user to do their job. Don't give them one permission more or one right more, only what they need to do their jobs. You need to keep the number of people in privileged groups or privileged roles at the absolute minimum. And the reason, just because it simplifies things, it's not just because it simplifies things, but it also slows down or stops attackers. So when they're able to compromise an account, if that person only can do one or two small tasks, you may have just saved your organization from them being able to move laterally and do something that you wouldn't expect, right? And that's why keeping those privileged roles and groups very lean on members is critical. You might have somebody in a server operators group that can compromise a server, then suddenly they can go after the Active Directory database or muck around with the group policy or whatever it's going to be. But keep those at a minimum. If you have highly privileged users like your senior administrators, your help desk folks, they should always have two accounts. One privileged and what we would call a non-privileged account. So they're going to use their non-privileged account when they're writing the reports, checking their email, etc. And then they're going to use their privileged accounts only when they're using the management tools to manage your directories, right? So that's another way you prevent them. So that way, if they get sent a compromise in an email, it'll only compromise the non-administrative account. Those folks won't have just suddenly stolen the keys to your kingdom because they were able to get by an email that somebody was fooled into clicking the wrong link. And then finally, use role-based systems if you can. Roles are a little different from groups in one respect. The role holds the permission, so you can look at the role and know what it's going to grant, and then the role gets applied. So wherever the role is applied, you know what the rights are. That's different from a group. Group doesn't have any kind of permissions on it at all. You have to know at the resource level what the group, which group was granted, and then what permissions they were granted at that resource level. So role-based access control allows you to provide a lot of visibility over group management. Okay, some best practices for delegation. Single solution for on-prem and cloud if you can get it. One pane of glass, one security model. It just simplifies down, and that helps you keep an eye on what's going on with self-service folks. Second, ensure that you monitor it closely to make sure people are doing things the way they should. Certification and attestation processes are important. Typically, we look at certification of groups, for example, basically asking the owners, do you still need the group? And that way you can cut down on the number of unused groups or unnecessary groups. They can say yes or no. Say yes, it's kept. No, it's thrown away. Attestation is really a compliance process. Some people will combine these two, but really they're two separate. But the attestation process is really ask that application or data owner if the people in the group are accurate, and please return that in a certain time frame, or we're going to deprovision the group. And so you can actually use that with your compliance and security auditors to prove out that the people are doing their job and reviewing who's got access to what. And then finally, self-service is only good if users use it. So pressure people to use it, put a little exertion into that. Do some training, for example. Excuse me. Front your help desk. Tell them, hey, when somebody calls in to do a password reset, push them to the password reset page on their own. Or if they ask you to change a group membership, say, hey, wait a minute, you can, ask this person over here, or we can do it for you, and, there's an approval required. But get the help desk involved. They're going to be happy because they're going to reduce the amount of workload that they have down to a reasonable level again. So let's do a quick demo of delegation. So I'm back to Chaosoft Administrator. And earlier, I had opened up this web portal, and I mentioned on the left we have Active Directory and Office. What I might not have talked about is that these we call administrative units or admin units. These are Chaosoft admin units, been around for a long time, not Microsoft administrative units, not native administrative units. And the idea is that these give us those scopes for delegating administration. So I could delegate Jimmy to have permissions across my entire Active Directory. But in the old days, we had something called OU admins or departmental level admins. So I need to be able to do that. So here I have one that's just Columbus and all the objects in Columbus. And when I select this and quickly search, by the way, we use an ANR search, ambiguous name resolution search in Active Directory. So it's really, really fast. But you see it comes up with I guess I'm looking at 20 users. These guys are all from Columbus. Okay, that works. That's basically tying an admin unit to an OU. Now, in Office or in Azure AD and in Microsoft 365, formerly Office 365, these things don't exist. So we have another way to slice and dice users, groups, et cetera, and objects to set up these administrative scopes. And that is not by tagging to an OU, but using a query. So here I have selected a query that cuts across OUs. So now I'm going to expand this just a little bit. We'll say 50. I don't know if that's going to be enough or not. And I'll click search. And here I have Atlanta users. I guess I just have Atlanta users until I know that Albert out here. Yep, here we go. So I also, in the same search window, have Columbus users. So this particular search is searching on department and saying anybody with an engineering department, put them in this administrative scope. And you'll see here it's Columbus. If I get rid of that and just research again, you'll see that the rest of those folks in there, or a lot of the folks, were from Atlanta. And I could do this all day long. So now I have, no matter where they are in Active Directory, they'll cut across the different OUs to find one. And that same exact thing works on the Office 365 side. So here I'm looking at just Office unified groups for engineering, or other groups for engineering, right? And here I have all the teams, Microsoft Teams, that are set up for engineering. Pretty cool. So now once I figure out where something's located, like Columbus, users, we'll do users here. Let's shut that down to 10. Let's just go out and look for Albert. I can pick a user. And when I do, I get additional information about the user's license and Office. Okay, well, wait a minute. This is an Active Directory user in the Columbus OU, but I'm pulling Azure AD information. So this is the big deal with Chaosoft Administrator. It gives you one interface and then coordinates the information from different sources to give you a single management interface. So if I wanted to see, for example, what license Albert has, I see it's an E3, but I want to look at the specifics. There it is. I have Albert's E3 license, and I can look at what's on and what's off. Plus, we control the visibility here, so we can hide things and simplify them down. So this gives me the ability now to just go look up Albert like I would have prior to Microsoft Cloud and perform all these tasks. Well, there's a lot of tasks over there, and I don't necessarily want to have all those tasks available. So I'm going to move over to what I call a delegated administrator. This is an administrator who's head of the help desk, but they don't have quite as many permissions as the other account did, as the administrator account. So as I'm looking over here, I see I don't have nearly a full page of these administrative units or admin units. I do have Columbus. I can look at my users in Columbus. So I happen to know that Albert Einstein's in there, right? So we'll go search Albert. There's Albert. And then I have engineering. All right, cool. So I know Albert happens to be in users for engineering, and now I have these other things that I can grant them permissions. But you notice when I select 80 users and I select Albert Einstein, again, I don't have a full page of commands. I've only delegated about half of the commands here because it's not appropriate for this user named Jimmy to have all those extra commands, right? Because that's not part of their job. So this is least privilege. Now, if I come over here and I choose engineering across engineering users, maybe I even have a more narrow look at things. So when I search engineering, you'll see that when I select a user, I have very few commands. Still the same one down here with Albert, same information on the license, but you'll see I can only perform a couple of tasks here. So this allows me to constrain what somebody can do into what we call a least privilege model. Now, part of the cool part of this is that all the things that you might need to do for that automated provisioning thing can still be done over here. So this user now is delegated. One of the responsibilities could be to create users or to manage groups. So here's new user, and it starts off the same way the other one did. So if I just put in something like that, you'll see it starts doing exactly what the user provisioning demo did earlier. Now, extending out to self-service gives me even a further way to offload critical tasks, especially on groups or applications or data that are used groups to grant access to the application or data owner. So in this particular case, we have a section called My Organization. It's really self-service group management, self-service employee management, my own account, there's a company directory, and then all the different group types that I possibly could own. So here, when I click on my 80 groups, it shows me the Active Directory group I own. If I click on my office groups, it'll show me those. And here I see Jimmy owns the help desk group. And so Jimmy can come over and add members from a file, for example, manage membership, make it approval required, do all sorts of crazy things to that group the way that Jimmy wants to manage it. Now, to keep an eye on Jimmy, to make sure Jimmy is doing Jimmy's job. You know, that's a critical group. We don't just want anybody in there. So I'd probably put approval on. I'd probably also make sure that it can only contain users. We have that ability. You can set restrictions on membership. So I don't want nested groups here on this Active Directory group. So I'd say just put users in there. All sorts of stuff we can do to restrict these things down. But I want to make sure that Jimmy's reviewing this group periodically. And so I've actually set up a rule that will create a task for Jimmy to certify this group. And so you'll see this isn't brand new. It's a little old, but it'll still work. So the group certification and attestation process is kicked off with an email. I click the email, it comes in here. It basically opens up the dialog box you're going to see. Now, we do this for both groups and teams, right? It's not just AD groups, not just office groups. It also works with teams. First thing I have to do is, here's my group. I want to keep it. Yes, of course I want to keep it. It's important. The next thing is verify the membership. So I just went from yes, I need to keep it, which is what we call the certification process, to starting the attestation process, all in one fell swoop. So I know these are the right people. Yeah, it's everybody I need. I'm going to say keep all. If there's somebody I needed to take out, I could just uncheck them and the system would automatically remove them if I checked remove here. So I'll go ahead and click next. And then finally, I come to my compliance statement. And basically this is, I am the right person to decide who gets membership. I know what this group grants access to, and the group is accurate. The right people are in it. So I go ahead and check the box. That's now signed the digital compliance statement. I click I agree. We grab the authenticated user's identity. We put it in. Now we have a report that shows that that group was serviced by Jimmy at this date and time. So now I know I can show my compliance auditor that controls are in place to prove out that this group was being properly managed. You come on down here, there's an approval request. So somebody asked to get into that group. And then you can also go back and see what you've attested to, et cetera. And we have a whole compliance dashboard, certification dashboard. So I can look across all the different things and see all the different groups that are being certified, or the other items that we cover under attestation, etc. And last but not least, we do have profile and password. We do have a full password reset solution in the product as well. It's another way you can save money on delegation and then pushing that out to end users. All right, well, just to sum up, user provisioning, automate where you can, start with deprovisioning, real simple. Hybrid group management, review your groups, clean them up first. Automate the membership with rules if you can, and then delegate carefully. And remember, delegating out to group owners can oftentimes move that burden of security or compliance onto them, but that doesn't absolve you of keeping an eye on them from an IT perspective. And then finally, find an RBAC tool that implements least privilege. It's nice if it can be kind of like our tool because it's single interface, single security model, but it doesn't have to be us. There are other ones on the market. Monitor self-service users, make sure they're doing what they should. Try to get as much participation in self-service as you can and make sure you monitor that. And again, a single solution is ideal there. So I hope some of this gives you an overview of what you can do to secure these things. It's critical that you look at this as a way to thwart insider threats, because when you put all these things together, this gives you a good defense if you're following a least privilege model. For those folks that you have to give permissions to, you have to trust a little bit, but now you can trust and verify with those folks. And that's one of the keys to preventing malicious or mistaken changes from being made inside your directory. For everybody at Chaosoft, I want to thank you for attending the session today. I really appreciate it, and I hope you have a great afternoon.
The session has now concluded. Make sure to download the handouts at petri.com/conferences, or you can find a link down in the description below. Stay tuned, there are more sessions ahead.
Welcome back to the Get IT User Management Day. I'm Steve Goodman, Principal Technology Strategist at UK Partner Content and Cloud. I'm also a 9-time Microsoft MVP focused on Microsoft Teams and Microsoft Exchange, and I work with customers all across Microsoft 365, whether that is on the identity side, as we'll talk about today, all the way through to SharePoint, OneDrive, Windows, and Intune, as well as those Teams and Exchange areas. I also speak at various conferences, including Ignite, TechEd, and much more, and host the weekly podcasts all about 365 and Practical 365. And for my sins, I'm also a writer for Petri and co-chief editor at Practical 365. In today's session, I'm going to be taking you from zero to hero, and we're going to talk about some of the best practices for integrating Active Directory with the cloud. In today's session, you're going to learn about how Active Directory integrates with Microsoft Cloud Services, in particular Azure AD, and what the main options are for linking your on-premises Active Directory today into the cloud. You'll also learn some of the pitfalls to avoid, and I'll give you the recommendations on the right things to do if you're setting up this for the very first time. But we're going to start with some of the fundamentals. And what I wanted to talk to you about first is what the two core identity models are for Microsoft Cloud Services. You'll see on the left, we've got the Microsoft account, and on the right, we've got an organizational or work account. So a Microsoft account is typically what you'll use with Hotmail, Xbox, OneDrive, but all of the consumer services that are linked to an individual. So I've got a Microsoft account, but I don't use it for work. My Microsoft account is tied to my Xbox sign-in, it's tied to my Minecraft sign-in, it's tied to those services that belong to me personally. If I go into the store and buy myself a copy of Microsoft 365 Home, then that subscription is going to be linked to my Microsoft account. And everything in it belongs to me. That's how I'll manage the family settings at home. The password for that belongs to me, myself, and my employer has no way of going into that at all. The organizational account, on the other hand, is very different. They look very similar, and there's some services, such as when you sign up for things like Ignite, where you might get a choice of signing in with a Microsoft account or your work or school ID. But although the login page might look very similar, an organizational account is always owned by your employer or school. So when you sign up for one of Microsoft's business plans, or you sign up for a free Azure AD directory, then you, as a business, own that entire directory, and all of the users, groups, and other objects within it are owned and managed by that as well. So if we create our new Azure Active Directory and then we create accounts for all of the staff, then those have no relation to Microsoft accounts that might have similar login names or IDs. These are all owned by the business. And unlike a Microsoft account where if an employee leaves, well, it's their Microsoft account, they can keep it, then the organizational account is retained by the organization, and we can delete the account, we can access its data if we want to, we can do with it whatever we like because it's owned by the organization. Now, fundamentally, when you're reading perhaps terms and conditions for use of the service, then you'll find that a lot of the consumer services, they're tied to these Microsoft accounts and they have a separate set of terms and conditions. The org accounts are between the business and Microsoft, and they're very different. So it's important to see that big distinction between the two, because sometimes when you're reading into this stuff, then you might find yourself looking at all of the consumer services and thinking that these have some sort of relationship with Microsoft's business services. They don't, and when we're talking about Microsoft 365 today, we're talking about the business and enterprise plans, and everything within there, everything within the organizational account and the directory above it is looked after by that organization. So we've talked about the fundamentals, right? So everything in here, organizational accounts, but we have to start somewhere. And when we're starting out with our brand new directory, we need to make some decisions. Now we can change our mind a little bit later on, but it can be quite hard to do so. So it's important to try and make the right decision earlier on. And we've got three core options when it comes to identity with organizational accounts. On the left-hand side, we've got what's known as a cloud ID. Now, a cloud ID is great if you were starting a new business, you had no infrastructure whatsoever, and it was a complete greenfield environment. Perhaps your plan would be that you will buy new Windows laptops. They will never log on to an Active Directory in the traditional sense. Now, a cloud ID might make sense there because a cloud ID is stored just inside the cloud itself. The master for that object is within Azure Active Directory. All of its attributes, password, and other details are managed from the Azure AD portal or PowerShell commandlets. Now, they're great if you've got no on-premises directory, and they're also good if you're going to try and manually manage this. But the better models, if you've already got existing accounts in a local Active Directory, are either the synchronized or synchronized and federated models. And the synchronized model is the one that most organizations today should pick. So the synchronized model means that we use something, typically Azure AD Connect, that's running on an on-premises server, potentially your Active Directory domain controller, ideally not, but a server that sits within your internal network. And that connects into your Active Directory. It grabs all of those accounts and then makes a copy of those that are linked back to the AD objects inside Azure AD. So we can make an entire replica of our Active Directory users, groups, we can synchronize contacts, we can synchronize computer accounts up to the cloud. And the best thing about the typical synchronized model is we can also synchronize the hashes of user passwords so they can continue to sign in using the same username and password that they usually do so. The federated model is an older model, and that really goes back to the first days of Office 365, back nearly a decade ago, where there wasn't the ability, and it wasn't as well trusted, to synchronize your passwords from your on-premises directory into the cloud. So the first installations of Office 365 would typically have the directory services bit, what's now known as Azure AD Connect, but it was called DirSync way back when. And they'd have some ADFS, Active Directory Federation servers installed. So a typical installation might be one DirSync server, 4 ADFS servers, 2 sitting there as the ADFS front-end proxies, or web application proxies as they're now known these days, and then ADFS servers that interact with our local Active Directory. The good thing about that federated model back then and today is it means when somebody attempts to sign in, then the sign-in pages on the Microsoft website redirect the user back to an on-premises web page that allows them to sign in with their username and password, their normal AD username and password. And if single sign-on is configured, so they're using a browser that's got Windows integrated authentication, or they're using a client like Office that uses modern authentication, then it would give them that true single sign-on experience. However, the synchronized model with the right switches applies also supports seamless sign-in, which allows us to miss that username and password step as well. And the synchronized model also allows us to back off the password sign-in through the through the Microsoft login pages back to our local Active Directory as well, if we want to make sure that there's no hashed password stored in the cloud. So really anything that we could try and achieve with the federated model, we can with the synchronized model. However, there's still a lot of people out there that will try and give you advice to go down that ADFS model. Genuinely, you don't need to go down that route. So let's have a look at these two key models, the synchronized model versus the cloud. So the synchronized model allows us to automatically synchronize Active Directory domain services with Azure AD. The cloud model on the left means that we need to manually import all of those objects if we've got our own Active Directory today. So if we did say, right, we're going to start with the cloud model, we want to be careful. We don't want to install any on-premises infrastructure. We want to keep things as lean as possible. We don't want Microsoft Cloud to have any interaction with our on-premises services. Then we could go through that process and we could build out our own bespoke joiners, movers and leavers process where we manually populated a CSV file and uploaded that to Office 365 and then manage those objects directly online. But the downside of that is those changes don't automatically flow from the local AD. So even if we've got an export of AD objects, if something changes in the future, any new users, then they obviously won't come along. We'll need to keep on making manual updates to those. So it can be useful if you were doing a small proof of concept. You needed to get up and running very, very quickly. But you need to be very careful, because if you make some mistakes, then you could end up implementing Azure AD Connect later on and it duplicating accounts or it overwriting some of the details as well. So we're much better with that model on the right hand side, where we set up Azure AD Connect ideally and synchronize our local Active Directory into Azure AD. And I'll show you first of all what it looks like if we're using the Cloud ID based model. So let's have a quick look at this. I'll bring this up. So this is my Microsoft 365 Admin Center for one of my demo tenants. And this is entirely bound to the cloud identity model. And there are some compelling things about it. And if you're a very small organization, say you're 20 people, then it might make sense because you've got so few joiners and leavers that adding somebody in two places might not be a big issue. Because there are some drawbacks, which I'll talk about a little bit later with the synchronized identity model. So I'm going to have a look in my tenant, and to get going, I don't need to do a lot. I might need to add in my own custom domain into the tenant after I've set it up. So after I've set up my new tenant, I might go into domains, and there I might add in addition to my onmicrosoft.com domain, I might add in my own custom domain. My custom domain will be the company's email domain, for example. And if I've got lots of those, if I've got 3 different brands I use, then I can add all of those domains into the tenant and assign those to different users so it can represent their company brand when they're emailing other people. When I'm managing users, contacts and groups, then I'll do that inside either the Microsoft 365 Admin Center or the Azure AD portal. I'll show you the Azure AD Admin Center, the Microsoft 365 Admin Center first. And in here you can see we've got our full user list, and you'll see I've got conference rooms, I've got users across the business, myself included in here, and I can see their license status as well. If I need to add a new user or make any changes to that, then it's all done within here. So I'll need to go in, if I need to go and change a user's details, and load that up, and then I can go into here and I can make changes to the groups that they're a member of. I can manage their display details in here by managing their contact information. Any changes that I need to make to reflect what's stored in our local Active Directory, I have to do in this place. And that's great if you're a small organization, but it's not so great, of course, if you've got to do tens of changes per day. Now, another great thing I can do is I can import my list of users into this as well. So if I click on add multiple users, then it's going to allow me to download a CSV template and then edit that, add in all of my new users, and then upload that CSV file. And as you can imagine, that's a fairly sort of standard CSV file format where I'll need to go in and either export something from Active Directory or another service and then enter all of these details manually, save that as a CSV file, and then browse and upload that. And it's a fairly straightforward process. Go into there, into documents, and upload that file as and when I need it. But of course, if there's changes to users, then I can't import regularly a change file to update those. I'll need to go and edit these manually. So if, for example, a bunch of people need to move department or somebody gets married, then this all has to be done as a separate process. But if you're a small organization, it might make a lot of sense for you. Now, the synchronized identity models are much more interesting. So here we can see on the right-hand side our Windows Server Active Directory, and on the left-hand side our Azure AD. So with these different models, they all require the user to be synchronized. And the first one is the one that most organizations will use, and that's password hash synchronization. Now, password hash synchronization is really good because it means that you're not taking a copy of the plain text password from your directory and putting that into Microsoft's cloud service. You're taking the hash of the password. So when a user changes their password, a notification will be sent to the Azure AD Connect server, but it won't send the plain text password up to Azure AD. It's just the hash of it. So it is secure by default. And Microsoft have got a lot of documentation on why password hash synchronization is safe to use. And even organizations that use ADFS, many of those will use password hash synchronization in the background as well. And from working with customers across many different industries, financial services, public sector, even defense contractors, then lots of these different organizations will be quite happy after they've went through the process of evaluating whether password hash synchronization is safe, reading the relevant Microsoft documentation to gain an element of trust in the service. They will be happy to use that. If you still are worried about doing that, though, there are other options. And the pass-through authentication option here in the middle allows us to get some of the benefits of ADFS without having to redirect the user to an on-premises server or run a special server on premises to maintain authentication requests. So we can run one or more agents on premises that wait for password authentication requests. And the Microsoft sign-in pages, the Microsoft Azure AD services will wait for that request. When that's received, they'll send that to the on-premises agent. That will be waiting for a request back there. That will validate that request against the local AD. And if that is 2 thumbs up, then the person will be allowed in. And that is a good halfway house if you really, truly feel that you can't allow a user's password to be synchronized up to Azure AD. But as I say, most organizations are able to go down the password hash synchronization model. It's very good, and it makes sure that if there is a failure on premises, perhaps Windows Server Active Directory disappears, then we will no longer have to worry about user sign-in. They'll still be able to sign in while we fix those on-premises problems. And versus ADFS, we don't need usually an additional 4 servers for some element of high availability as well. We just need our Azure AD Connect server. Now, some of the drawbacks with this synchronized identity model are that it does mean that Active Directory does remain the master. So when Azure AD Connect is in place, then you're hybridizing your Active Directory. Your AD is a hybrid AD where it has 2 places where its data is, on premises and in the cloud. And the master for that is Active Directory. AD on-prem is a multi-master model, but that doesn't extend to the cloud as well. There isn't a model at the moment where we can go into that Azure AD portal or Microsoft 365 admin portal and go in there and make changes and they flow back down to on-premises. No, the main set of changes that will happen to a user, such as their display name, contact details, group memberships and so on, all of those occur on premises. And that does mean that services that manage some of the attributes that get synced, like email addresses, proxy addresses, and so on, these have to be managed using supported Microsoft tools. And at the moment, the supported way of managing your Exchange Online mailbox attributes in this synchronized model does involve maintaining an Exchange hybrid server, at least one, today. Microsoft have promised over time that this will change, but as of the time of speaking today, November the 10th, you'll still need to have some sort of Exchange hybrid server model. And that unfortunately does mean in some circumstances, for example, if we were setting up a completely new greenfield environment, we needed to build out an Active Directory on premises. We were going to synchronize that with Azure AD Connect to the cloud. Then we'd probably need to put in an Exchange server, even though no mailboxes would ever live on it. And that does mean more infrastructure to manage, but it's got the benefit that AD is the master. It is the place where everybody's username and password is held. It means that we can run all of our legacy applications on premises and people can sign into those applications using the same identity that they use for those cloud services as well. So its benefits usually outweigh the downsides, but it's worth understanding that unless you buy a third-party tool that's going to manage attributes like that, then to remain supported by Microsoft, then you'll need an Exchange server, usually sitting alongside your Azure AD Connect server as well. So if we picked Azure AD Connect, then there's a few things that we'll need to do to get started. So first of all, AD is going to be synchronizing to the cloud, which means that, as I said, it's the master for all of the data. So we need to make sure that we're meeting Microsoft's requirements. Our AD has to work well with Azure AD. And on the left-hand side, you'll see that means there's a public domain requirement. So if your domain today, its fully qualified domain, is something like contoso.local, then your user principal names for all of those users will probably be joeblogs@contoso.local. Because you don't truly own contoso.local, then you'll need to do something about those objects. You'll need those to match some or one or more of your custom domains inside Azure AD. So if I am contoso.com inside Azure AD, then I'll also need to make some changes so the user principal names for my users are also joeblogs@contoso.com rather than contoso.local. And most Active Directories have been around for some time, so we might have to do some remediation of AD objects. And there are tools available to do that from Microsoft, and I'll show you those in a minute. But that usually means getting rid of duplicate email addresses, trying to deal with the things up front, like wrong characters and so on, that are likely to cause a synchronization attempt to fail. Because Active Directory over the years has been more forgiving of things that we can do. In fact, somebody could go in with a PowerShell script, add cedit, or even older versions of Exchange, and do things that are not compatible with Azure AD. So we need to do some remediation tasks against most directories to make sure that all of the data on-prem is looking good before we synchronize it up to the cloud. And if we're running multiple Active Directory forests, then we probably will use Azure AD Connect because it can connect to multiple AD forests, but we'll have a tougher job on our hands. And in that circumstance, some organizations will be going through mergers, they may acquire companies on a regular basis, and you might want to think about what the normal onboarding route of a company is. Do you usually bring in their Active Directory and migrate them using third-party tools or ADMT into one core directory? And in that case, you'll probably just want to synchronize your main AD, and then once you onboard new companies, let those identities synchronize to the cloud. But if you're running a long-term, disparate, multiple Active Directory environment, then you might need to plan to synchronize multiple Active Directories into one Azure AD. And that's generally not a problem. But it does mean that we need to perform remediation tasks against multiple directories. We typically need to make sure that there isn't UPN clashes against all of those directories as well. We need to make sure that we've got a consistent set of objects and that there's few clashes as well. So that is really the area where you might want to get an external help, or you might want to spend a longer period of time reading the Microsoft documentation before running the wizards to connect your directories up to the cloud. The good news with that is you only need one Azure AD Connect server, and Microsoft have a preview of a new set of tooling, especially if your directories can't all talk to one another, where the directory sync runs from the cloud and agents run on premises, and the Microsoft services that replaces your AD Connect will pull from every single directory, mash that together and work out that consistent set of objects. That's in preview today. And network connectivity. So if it's multiple forests, then with Azure AD Connect, as I said, we'll need connectivity from our Azure AD Connect box to all of those forests. And even if it's a single forest, we'll still need to be able to contact all of our domain controllers as well. But our Azure AD Connect server will also need to talk to Microsoft's published list of endpoints for Azure AD, because that server will not only talk to our AD, but it's going to reach out from on-premises over the internet to write data and read data from Azure AD. So as a prerequisite, we'll usually need to make sure that we've opened up the right firewall ports for outbound connectivity, DNS requests to Azure AD. And it's important to note that although, as I said earlier, we can't go into the Azure AD or Microsoft 365 admin portals and make changes, some attributes will be written back. So safe lists for email, additional proxy addresses and so on, they will be written back to our directory. So when we set up Azure AD Connect, it will create by default an account that doesn't have administrative privileges, but it's got a subset of privileges that allow it to write back to certain attributes. Those are all well documented by Microsoft. So if you need to carefully look at these attributes and decide whether you're happy for Azure AD Connect to write that data back to your directory, then you'll need to check through those first before you run the wizard and give it administrative credentials against your AD, after which it'll start that synchronization process. So let's take a look at on-premises identity onboarding. So you're going to see how relatively easy this can be. So I'm on one of my domain controllers and I've got a fairly straightforward organization. It's not a very big organization. I've created a test AD. I've got a small number of users in here. And if I examine Steve Goodman, then you'll see that I've got email addresses signed. I've got maybe Exchange on premises at the moment. I've not got a full set of properties populated, but all of this information, description, office, telephone number, organizational information like job title, department, company, manager information, all of that's going to get synchronized to Azure AD once we set up the synchronization relationship. And as long as we synchronize our groups as well, then the member of groups will also be synced too. So it's really useful if we're trying to get started very quickly. But most organizations might not have an Active Directory as clean as this one here. So a common task will be to en masse update things like user principal names to match the email address. So this is quite, as you might imagine, is a test environment. It's a quite good example of what we should be looking to achieve, where the email address, the primary SMTP address, matches the UPN. So here the user logon name, steve.goodman@lisajanedesigns.co.uk is set, but details that they usually log in with, such as the pre-Windows 2000 domain name, so it might be logging in with just steve.goodman into a laptop, that doesn't matter. That won't be synchronized. So if my username is something like Steve today, and that's what I use to sign into my laptop, then actually changing this part of the logon name to match the email address is usually less of an issue. Now, if you are running a domain and you haven't got all your custom domains up in the cloud, or it's or it is something like lisajanedesigns.local, then one of the things that you'll need to do in here is add alternate UPN suffixes. So if I was running lisajanedesigns.local, then this is where I'd have to go in and I'd have to put in something like this, Lisa Jane Designs. Maybe that's my secondary address, lisajanedesigns.com. I might need to go in and add that as an alternate UPN suffix and then go and switch my users over to that UPN. Usually the key thing that most organizations will need to do is validate that they don't have applications that use the UPN for sign-in, and most don't. And the good thing about changing UPNs is you can add that UPN suffix as a fairly low risk activity. And once you've done so, then it's easy to change a small subset of users' UPN values and then get them to test signing into these normal applications after you've done some basic remediation to fix any issues or validate that they don't use the UPN to sign in. So many organizations, even those that are risk averse, are able to get through this step of changing the user's UPN relatively quickly. Most organizations where users do use their UPN to sign into stuff are the kind of organizations that have already went through the process of aligning the UPN to the email address, and in which case that's usually what we need to be ready to synchronize our directory. So if we're looking at this and we're going, okay, everything looks pretty good, well, we will need to actually do a little bit of work to validate that actually our directory isn't full of junk. And we can do that using Microsoft IDFix. Now this is, if you search for IDFix, you'll find this in github.com/Microsoft/IDFix. So it's in Microsoft's own repo in GitHub, which they own as well. And once you get here, you'll see all of the source code is available, but we can scroll down to here and we can run the click once application to run the latest version. So if I click this and press run, that's going to run. It's going to install very, very quickly, and then it's going to launch the tool. And you see that this is like a table-based, almost like Excel. It's not a very complex application, but it allows us to do two cool things, right? Query the directory for errors, and if we want to use it, we can use it to make the changes. Third thing it can do, though, is we can export those as well if we need to provide those to other teams before we actually then decide to make those changes. So I'm going to do a query against this directory. Not much wrong in it. However, most directories will come with a long list. If it was 1,000 people in an organization, then I'd expect to see at least 10 come out of here. And for each error that it shows, then we can pick the action that we'll take. We can change what we're going to do. We can update the value to something else. And if we see some errors in here, fairly low risk changes to make, then we can even press apply and then make those changes to the directory within the tool itself. Many organizations will, though, use the export tool to export a CSV file with all of those errors and then go through them offline, make the changes, run the query again, and once it runs clean, then they'll be ready to install Azure AD Connect. So I'm going to show you the basics of setting this up. So I've downloaded a copy already to save us a couple of minutes. But again, you'll download this from the Microsoft website, and you'll want to install the latest version as well and keep it up to date. I'm going to run the installer now. It's pretty straightforward. It's built up of a number of different components. So Microsoft Identity Manager synchronization services in there. It's also got SQL Server Express, which is suitable for, I think, up to about 100,000 users in an organization. And Microsoft's guidance will also tell us the memory requirements for this as well. And it's fairly basic for most organizations. This isn't going to take up 12 gig of RAM. Off the top of my head, I think it's about 4 gig of RAM, single CPU as a minimum. So it'll run on in most organizations. So I'm going to go through this, agree to the terms and conditions. And I've got two different options. The Express settings will configure synchronization of identities in the current AD forest. It'll use password hash synchronization, and it'll start an initial synchronization with all attributes and enable auto upgrade. So if I press that, then it'll go through, it'll ask for the relevant credentials. And once I've entered them correctly, then it'll just whiz through and do those actions there. If I customize that, then I can do some more interesting things. So I won't do that now, but when I customize it, I can do important things like, if I decide to do so, I could synchronize just particular OUs if I didn't want to synchronize the entire directory. However, Microsoft do recommend synchronizing the whole forest, but you might, for example, want to exclude things like service accounts. So if I hit Express Settings, it'll ask for admin credentials. I enter those now, and it will connect to the service and verify those. And I'll do the same on premises. And as long as I tick that at the end, it'll start synchronizing my directory at the end of the process. Now, with a small directory, this doesn't take very long. And of course, it's not going to take very long to synchronize that as well. But once it's finished, I'll press exit, and I'll find on the desktop the Azure AD Connect application as well. And if we want to view or change any of our settings, perhaps we've used Express, but we want to add some of those advanced settings, then we can open that up and we'll be able to go and view and change those. Now I'm going to go over into my Active Directory here, and you'll see that in here I've already got my custom domain added in advance of this, and I should also see synchronized users in here, and this will reflect that local Active Directory. So you'll see I've got my admin user, but you'll also see I've got my on-premises directory synchronization account, and I've got users that have been synchronized to the cloud itself. And of course, if we've got contacts, if we've got any groups from the local Active Directory, those will also be synchronized up as well. Now we'll also be able to see those over in Azure Active Directory, which we'll find inside the portal. And if I skip that for now, you'll see we get a view that's more similar to Active Directory itself. We don't get the core options like the OU structure and so on, that we've got something similar, administrative units. But you'll see that we've got all of our synchronized users showing in here. And you'll see that these are showing as directory synced into the tenant to signify that these are all based in the local Active Directory as well. So if I go into this and I press edit, for example, then you'll see that a lot of these details are grayed out both in here, and if I went to edit this user over on this side as well, all of these details, so manage contact information, for example, all grayed out because they're all managed with the local Active Directory. Now, one thing that I'm going to tell you about very, very briefly before we finish off today is that you really should look to try and make this more secure. So one thing that you saw just as I signed in then, it was asking me for additional security information. And that's because I've switched on a very important directory option. And this is security defaults. Now, by switching on security defaults for your tenant, then it will automatically enable multi-factor authentication over the course of a couple of weeks. So you'll see I had 14 days to go in and provide that additional information, such as my phone number, or register the Authenticator app. So I can gradually enable that for people within the business as they sign into the Azure AD to make sure that things are more secure. If I've bought additional licensing, such as Microsoft 365 E3 licenses, EMS E3 licenses, Microsoft 365 Business Premium licenses, then I'll also get something that you'll see in here called conditional access, which is another key place that we'll use if we want to put advanced security options for sign-in, such as being able to check that somebody's signing in from a properly enrolled device, signing in from a particular IP address, and if they're not, making sure that they provide multi-factor authentication as they go through. So to finish off today, firstly, Active Directory health is absolutely key. So although it only took us a few minutes on my very, very small Active Directory to get things going correctly, it usually takes most organizations some time to get things right. And if you've got a choice between manually managing those users and Azure AD Connect, then use Azure AD Connect. It makes your life a lot easier. And use password hash sync if you can. You don't want to run ADFS servers on premises, and you probably don't need to run those agents to allow pass-through authentication. And finally, if you do onboard your users to the cloud, then absolutely switch on multi-factor authentication, and security defaults, if you're just running basic licensing, is a must-have option to enable that very quickly. Thanks for listening to me today, and enjoy the rest of today.
Hello and welcome to this Get IT User Management Day virtual learning event. My name is Doug Hazelman. I am with CoreView. I'm the Senior Vice President and Chief Evangelist. So that means that I work with our customers, I work with our partners, I work with the community to help try and make sure that we're delivering the right solutions, and also just to make sure that you understand what our solutions are and what they do. I've got a bunch of contact info here on this slide. So doug.hazelman@coreview.com, VM Doug across most of the social, Doug Hazelman on LinkedIn. So if you need to reach me, use any one of those methods, that is fine. Today, what we're going to talk about is Microsoft 365 management made easy. There's a kind of a subheading here called Democratize PowerShell. So you may be scratching your head at what that means, but hopefully it will all be clear here as I go through the presentation. But some of the key takeaways is how to use your existing PowerShell scripts to create custom actions and workflows within the CoreView platform, how to delegate permissions securely to non-admins, and how to segment your Microsoft 365 tenant to meet the goals of your business, not necessarily how your administrative boundaries are currently set up. So we want to make sure to keep that in mind. So let's start off with talking a little bit about the Microsoft Admin Centers. How do you manage 365 today with no? You really have two ways. You've got the Admin Center and you've got PowerShell. So the Admin Center, as you know, it's got a number of different portals. Whether you're doing users or Exchange or SharePoint or Teams, different areas to go in there. And then, of course, PowerShell is really an extension to Admin Center. If you've been around Microsoft for any amount of time, you know PowerShell, you know what it is. It's extremely powerful scripting language that can do a lot of really cool things. So that's part of what the advantages of PowerShell are, right? Simplicity, productivity, and speed. And when we talk about productivity and speed, it's really about, you write a script once, and then you can execute it multiple times, and have it affect multiple different objects or users or mailboxes within your environment. There's a lot more capabilities in PowerShell, as you probably know, than what's in the Admin Center. And that's kind of what it's there for, is to augment and enhance 365. Of course, not everyone is a PowerShell guru, and I'm going to talk about that moving forward. Just real quick, again, 14 different 365 Admin Center web apps. That's one of the advantages of using PowerShell, is that it combines all of those into a single cross-product management capability, just using scripting. But other things you use PowerShell for, right? You've got data exports, so you can, if you need reports on information that's within your tenant, you can use PowerShell to get a lot of information out of there. There are some settings that you can only set in PowerShell. They're not available in any one of the admin centers. I see this all the time, especially as Microsoft is introducing new capabilities and new features. The only way to enable it is to run a PowerShell command against your tenant or against users that you want to add that feature to. It's great for doing things in bulk, great way to filter information, and as I already mentioned, cross-product, and getting that data out of your 365 tenant as well. So let's look at the requirements, right? So those are all great. PowerShell is extremely powerful, but you have to be able to run the PowerShell script within your tenant. So there's a lot of requirements that you have to meet in order to be able to do that. And it's one thing for a person who lives PowerShell every day, they probably already have all this set up. But then who has to execute the scripts? Does everyone have all these prerequisites installed on their system to run the scripts? That's kind of another question. But there are a lot of requirements. You've got to have all the different modules, especially for cloud, the cloud PowerShell modules, to be able to affect all of these different things, whether it's Exchange, SharePoint, Azure AD, for Graph. You've got Teams, security and compliance. So there's a lot of different plugins. Then you need to make sure you include your connection scripts when you create the scripts, so that when you run it, it authenticates. And if you're using MFA, you've got to do a few different things. But you have to understand what PowerShell does, the concepts, modules, syntax, all those types of things. And the last two items, it takes patience, because you create a script, you test it, doesn't work exactly the way you thought, you make a few changes, now it works. Everything's great. So you have to have patience in doing that. And then, of course, time. And you need even more time than patience sometimes, because if you create a script and it's going to be executed and affect a large number of objects, it could take a while to run. And it could take a while to run and then fail. And then once it fails, now you got to go back, troubleshoot, figure out what it was that failed, and then you got to run it again. And guess what? It's going to take more time to run. Hopefully it executes all the way again through after you fix the issue, but maybe there's another issue that fails even later. So that's why we say time even more than patience when working with PowerShell, especially in 365. So this leads to the question, is there a better way? Right? So then it goes back to the subtitle that I mentioned earlier. What if you could democratize user management in PowerShell by allowing anyone with appropriate rights to manage users and run a script from a single web interface with the functionality of multiple Microsoft admin centers? So there's kind of a lot to unpack there, but the idea is with CoreView, you've got a single interface. We don't have 14 different admin interfaces. There's one. That combines all that functionality. And when it comes to scripting, you can actually take your scripts that you've already create what we call custom actions and workflows, and then anyone can execute those. They don't have to worry about all those prerequisites, all that type of stuff, because everything's running in the cloud. So what is CoreView? Who is CoreView? So we're a SaaS management platform, and we help you to protect, manage, and optimize Microsoft 365, as well as some other SaaS environments. And we do this by augmenting and extending the Microsoft Admin Center. So I want to drill down into each one of these topics here real quick. In terms of, it's typically viewed as security and the idea of limiting the scope of your admins and delegating appropriate functions for the 365 least privileged access. That's extremely important. We also look at all of the audit data. So by default, I think 365 stores it for 30 days. You can ask for extensions. By default, we store all of that data for a year, and you can extend it up to 3 years. And this, so having all that audit data available is extremely important, especially when you're trying to track down and troubleshoot issues. When did the breach actually occur? And if it happened longer than 30 days ago, you're kind of out of luck unless you have additional time and additional data that you've been collecting over time. Identity and access configurations, right? So when you go and create a user, provision a user, deprovision a user, you want to make sure that certain things and conditions are met. You can do that. Workflows, right? I mentioned workflow a little bit earlier, but that includes not only provisioning users, but also deprovisioning. And finally, if you've got a lot of documents, whether they're in SharePoint, Teams, OneDrive, on a file server, we also have the capability to tag that info. So if it's got PII information, healthcare information, those types of things, we have a capability to do all of that as well. Manage is mostly what I'm going to be focusing on today because user management is what the day is about. So again, I'm going to talk about that delegation of appropriate functions. I'll talk about workflow. We'll also include here this idea of hybrid. So if you're still running Active Directory or Exchange on-prem, that's not an issue. But really kind of one of the biggest things is that visibility and control of 365 with what we call actionable analytics. So, in PowerShell, you can write a PowerShell script to run a report, but then you have to take that output, have another script to then perform an action on the data that you want. Within CoreView, you can run a report, you select all the users or the subset of users after you've done some filtering, and you can run a custom action or a workflow and affect those. So it's just a couple of clicks, it's very easy. Finally, which I think will be our focus of our next session, is this idea of optimize. So you've got 365, you've deployed it, you've got licenses and all those types of things, but do you know what people are actually really using? And do you know how they're using it? So that's where this idea of optimize comes in, is managing those licenses. And for other SaaS platforms, we can also extend there to look at usage and payments and all those types of things. But try to do this responsibly in terms of managing your license costs with knowledge of Microsoft and SaaS services that are actually being used. So if you have 500 E3 licenses, but people are but 80% of the people are only using a subset of what's available in the E3 license, maybe you can move some down to E1, those types of things. So really kind of looking at, are you wasting money on licensing? And then finally, maybe you have all these E3 licenses and you want people to use these products, but they're not. We can expose that, and then we can help you drive adoption of those applications through what we call campaigns, targeted emails, learning videos, those types of things to get people on the right track to fully utilize what it is that you have paid for. How does this all work? Simple view here. So we've got everything running in Azure, except if you have on-prem infrastructure, Active Directory Exchange, that's why that's out there. If you don't have on-prem Active Directory and Exchange, that's not an issue, just ignore that box. But the CoreView platform runs in Azure right next to your tenant, and it essentially proxies all of the requests that you make from CoreView into your 365 tenant. So you want to change a mailbox, you go to CoreView, you make a mailbox change, it affects that change in your tenant directly on your behalf. So what that means is essentially people don't need administrative level access into your Microsoft 365 tenant in order to do administrative type functions within CoreView. That helps in a number of ways from a security perspective. If look at how many global admins you have right now, depending on the size of your environment, Microsoft recommends no more than 2 to 4 global admins. If you have a small environment, you have more than 2, that's not good. If you have a large environment, you have more than 4, that's not good either. But we know how it happens. A lot of times someone comes up, says, I need to do this. The only way they're going to be able to do it is if they have global admin. So you give them that. Now, we do have provisional access now and those types of things to kind of help that. But at the end of the day, you want to reduce the number of people that have direct control over your tenant to decrease your attack surface, and that's the idea of least privileged access. So CoreView introduces the concept of what we call virtual tenants. So these are like OUs that you would have in your on-prem Active Directory, but virtual tenants can divide and segment your tenant by department, by geography, by function, by any Active Directory attribute that you can think of. So this allows you to segment your tenant. And why that's cool and important is if you have a number of offices around the world, or just in the US, and you have admins in those offices, you can limit their scope, that admin scope, to just the people in that office. They don't have access to your entire tenant. They just have access to what it is that they need to manage and modify. And then that comes into what we call role-based access control. So this idea of, again, least privileged access. We have a delegation model. It's a little bit different than Microsoft's, and I'll explain that. But again, the idea is you give people just the right access to complete the function they need to do. Workflows, something I mentioned, again, make it quick and easy. Provision a user, that's a workflow. Deprovision a user, that's a workflow. Reports are at the heart of everything that CoreView does. So we literally have hundreds of reports that are available. You run a report, and as I mentioned earlier, the great thing is you can then take actions on what that report returns. And again, to help drive adoption of all the products that you've purchased, we have our adoption engine to help not only send emails to people to remind them to use this stuff, but also learning videos to help them along the way. So this idea of zero trust principles, it's actually a Microsoft principle, right? And we embody that. So we by augmenting the native capabilities. So verify explicitly. So verify users at all time and enforce security policies. So multi-factor authentication is one of the big ones. We actually just released a report that showed that MFA is not used by a majority of admins, which is bad. But you can actually set policies and enforce that use and have it done by, you run the report, and once the report is run the workflow to reinforce MFA across all your users. Least privileged access, I mentioned that a few times. So you give people just the access that they need and not more. And that's where virtual tenants and role-based access control comes in. And of course, you always assume breach. So, whether it happened today or 6 months ago, you have to assume that you're always kind of vulnerable and open to that. And that's where the forensics, being able to go back, multiple months to kind of do a deep analysis of what's going on, is extremely important. And, we're in a new world, so to speak, in terms of management challenges. In the on-prem world, everything was pretty straightforward. We've been doing it for years. We go into Active Directory, use the computers, make some changes, whatever. But now we're in this new world, and users are employees in the old world, but in the new world, we've got partners, we've got customers, we've got bots, we've got things, we've got all these different things, guest accounts, all that type of stuff. When it comes to managing devices, right? Bring your own devices and Internet of Things. We've been talking about it for years, and you should have a way to manage that now. But the other big shift is everything used to be on-prem, and now everything's in the cloud. And if for people who are working from home, it's great, because now all they need is an internet connection and then get to all of their apps, even if they're across multiple different functions. And that's kind of this idea. The next one, the monolithic apps versus composable applications, or RESTful APIs, talking to other things. It's definitely a new world. Firewall, right? It's when people are in the office on-prem, it's easy to block access to anything you want to block access to. But when they're working from home, it's kind of perimeterless. So you have to take those things into account. And just this explosion of signal and data and everything else that's coming at us. The new world is what we have to live in. So we have to make sure that we can manage it correctly. So let's talk about some of those management challenges. And this idea of enabling delegation of appropriate Microsoft 365 admin functions when we talk about manage. So we talk about appropriately and securely. So again, the idea of virtual tenants is a way to segment your tenant in terms of how you do business. And it could be department, geography, any Active Directory attribute. And then you apply role-based access control on top of those. So if you have an admin in Boise who needs to manage the users in Boise, you create a virtual tenant, you give that admin the permissions that you want, and then that's all they can do. And again, they have no native permissions in your Microsoft 365 tenant to do any admin functions. So it's really great in terms of being able to scope this and use the appropriate set of permission. We've got management actions that are available, again, all within a single UI. So you can deploy it literally in minutes. You create a virtual tenant, you apply some roles, and boom, you're ready to go. And you can delegate based on properties. And we talk about functional access control. So if you look in terms of Microsoft, so you've got all the different admin screens. And then when you just drill into one of the roles, there are like in this one, there are 51 roles, and there's one that covers 79 attributes. So that's a lot. Whereas you look at it from the CoreView side, it's one click, it's function based, not attribute level based. So you can actually, if all you want to do is delegate someone the ability to set mail forwarding on a mailbox, we have that as an option. So they may have no other rights to do any other admin function except to set SMTP mail forwarding for a mailbox. And that's it. They have no other permissions outside of CoreView. And if you look at what would be required in Microsoft to be able to delegate that permission, you have to assign them to a role. And that role gives them access to so much than what it is that they need to do to complete their function. So that's why we call it functional based and not attribute based delegation. So that's kind of this idea of virtual tenants and role-based access control. What about that visibility that I was talking about earlier in terms of reports and actionable analytics? So this is just a real quick view of our dashboard. We've got, again, on the left-hand side, those are all different reports. They're broken up, we've got dashboards, we've got reports, user reports, Teams reports, SharePoint reports that you can then run. And then once that report runs, you're given an output. So this is a report we call empty Teams groups. Good to know. You've got Teams groups that are empty. Maybe you want to clean them up. So you run the report, and then you can click perform management action for all items in that report. So I just kind of blows it up there a little bit to show you that. And the management action available is remove Teams group. You click that, and all those groups are going to be removed. Now, again, we can schedule these reports and associated actions. So you could run this on a daily basis or a weekly basis or a monthly basis to clean up these empty groups that aren't needed there anymore. This is just one very small example of how you can use the data that's returned in a report to affect an action. You can run the report that says MFA not enabled and enforce MFA for those users. There's a lot of different ways you can use this information and data and all the actions that you can perform on them. So definitely, if you're more interested, we can do a much bigger drill down in terms of everything that's available on the platform with you. And of course, workflows, right? So I've talked about democratizing PowerShell, and this is kind of where we start to get into it a little bit more even, is automating those tedious tasks. I mean, that's part of why you use PowerShell to begin with, is if you have a function that you do it more than 3 times, you should probably script it, especially if you need to affect a large number of users. That's where scripting comes in. It's the same idea in our actionable reports as well as in workflows. So you set them up, very easy. You can use PowerShell. PowerShell is at the heart of everything that CoreView does. You don't need to use PowerShell to use this, but if you have scripts and things like that you've already created, you can create your own custom actions and include them in workflows. So PowerShell is not going anywhere, but it does make it easier to use those scripts for anyone to be able to execute them. And workflows can have approvals. You send out an email for an approval, they approve it, then the workflow continues, and then it affects the change on the objects that you had selected. So all the basic concepts of workflows, all done within a nice, easy-to-use interface. So it's simplification, right, and automation. So there's an example here, this headline, right, an ex-Cisco engineer deleted 456 VMs for WebEx Teams after exit. So he had left, he'd been gone for 5 months, but somebody forgot to deprovision his access to whatever cloud service they're using, whether it was AWS or something else. So he still had access, got mad, went in and deleted 456 VMs, all because that user was not properly deprovisioned. You know what can help there? A workflow. Might take you 4 to 6 hours to create this workflow. You set it up, but then every time an employee leaves, maybe it's triggered off the HR system via REST API, kicks off that workflow, deprovisions that user, and with our core SaaS platform, not just in 365, but also across a bunch of other SaaS platforms. So, in this example, in Cisco, we were talking about maybe they didn't get deprovisioned in a system that they didn't know had access to. With a workflow, you can actually reach into all of the different applications and deprovision that user across multiple SaaS applications, so you don't something and they don't go deleting hundreds of VMs 5 months after they've left. So that's kind of the importance of looking at why you need workflow in this particular example. But then let's get back to PowerShell a little bit. So if we look at what are the advantages of using CoreView versus PowerShell Admin Center, first up is performance. So we have all of this data, so we can run very quickly. We also sit in Azure right next to your tenant, and we have access to high-level APIs, all the Microsoft APIs, but we get great access to those. So a script that you created that might take 2 hours to run on-prem, it may only take a minute or two to run on the CoreView platform. So definitely performance is one of the key areas, and that's one of our customers. That's why they chose CoreView, is because they had a bunch of PowerShell scripts, but it just took way too long to run all these scripts, transition those to CoreView and custom actions and workflows. And now they can get things done much more quickly. The other thing is ease of use. I talked about delegation and actionable and workflows. That's all done within the platform. So you create a script, it does something you need it to do, and you want to make it available to other people. All you have to do is create a custom action and delegate that permission out for people to do it. And then all they have to do is basically click. Once they get that report, affect the users, run that action, and it's done. They don't need to know PowerShell. They don't need any prerequisites installed. It's all done through our web interface. Of course, auditing is enabled. So if someone does one of these things, you're going to see it. And again, we retain 12 months of that data. Delegation, I talked about that too. Limiting the scope, right? That's a virtual tenant. So you can only run this custom action on the people that you are responsible for. And again, this idea of using existing scripts. So, the last thing, that I want you to take away is that you don't need PowerShell anymore. PowerShell is not going anywhere, but by utilizing CoreView as a platform to execute these scripts, they're faster, more secure, and you can democratize it because now you can let other people run these scripts once they see a need to do so. And again, it's simplicity. It's one CoreView portal versus all the different 14 admin 365 portals that you have to use in order to manage an entire tenant if you use all of those products. A couple things that we offer. First off is a health check. So it's very easy to get started. We just ask that you log into your tenant using your login, a global admin login. You grant a few permissions to the Microsoft API. We don't ask for your password. We don't store your password or anything like that. Of course, while you're there, make sure who your other global admins are. And then once that's connected, we then take that data, put it into our platform. It typically takes about 24 to 36 hours to do that initial data collection because there's a lot of data that we collect. And then once that is complete, we then walk through a health check report with you. It's a formatted report that you can actually hand to management that shows different areas from security and licensing and those types of things that are going on in your tenant. So it's free. If you want to get started, there's a link there. I believe you get sent the presentations as well, but definitely check that out. So with that, that's all I have for today. So again, protect, manage, optimize. That's the 3 areas that we focus on. Virtual tenants, delegation, democratized PowerShell. Those are all the areas that I want you to remember as takeaways from this. And of course, check out that health check, where we can see if your tenant is in order and make some recommendations for you. So thank you, everyone, for joining, and I hope you have a great day.
The session has now concluded. Make sure to download the handouts at petri.com/conferences, or you can find a link down in the description below. Stay tuned, there are more sessions ahead.
Hey everyone, welcome to my session at the Get IT User Management Day. Today I'm going to be talking about group policy security. I'm Darren Maralia. You may know me as the GPO Guy or have visited my gpoguy.com website. I've been doing IT and software for a long time and have focused on Active Directory and group policy for a number of years. And today I'm going to talk to you about how to secure group policy from attack. So in this talk, I'm going to focus on understanding why group policy is a target for attackers. And when I talk about attack, I mean folks that don't belong in your environment getting into your environment and doing bad things. And then we're going to talk about discovering the ways in which group policy ends up getting exploited. And this is an area that I've focused on for the last couple of years in my blog and just in general, and looking at ways in which group policy is being used for bad purposes out in the environment, and hopefully give you some tips on how you can protect yourself and your environment from these kinds of attacks. Now, this is really part of a larger story about Active Directory security and Active Directory attack methods, and group policy happens to be one of the favorite targets of attackers when it comes to using it as a malware delivery system. And I'll talk more about that in a little bit, but it's important to keep in mind that just as you might be thinking about how you might want to protect Active Directory from attackers getting into your environment and escalating privileges and passing hashes and all that fun stuff, so too you want to think about how you need to do that with respect to group policy. So let's dig in a little bit. So why is group policy a target? Well, it's really the same reason that AD is a target. Namely that it's ubiquitous, it's used everywhere. It's used to secure and harden your Windows systems, including your domain controllers, and that gives it a fairly important role in most organizations' environments. Now, you're probably using group policy also for general user configuration management, and that's certainly a valid use for it, but I think a lot of folks are probably also using it to lock down, secure, harden their Windows systems, their desktops and servers. And so it's that part of it that I'm interested in talking about here, and how you might be exposed in your environment, and potentially also how those GPOs can be used by attackers to do bad things in your environment. And then of course it's a target because it's an incredibly reliable, scalable delivery system that runs as the most privileged account on a given workstation or server. So that's a bad combination when you're, well, it's a great combination if you're an attacker. It's a bad combination if you're a defender trying to keep people out of your systems. So let's look at some of the ways in which group policy is actually attacked. I call these attack paths because there are common paths that attackers will use to get into group policy or learn about your environment through group policy. So the first one and the most obvious one is reconnaissance. So as I mentioned, group policy is used to harden your environment. It's hardening your Windows servers and desktops. It's basically responsible for setting your security posture for your entire organization. Now, of course, not everyone is using group policy for this, but in my kind of experience out there, the vast majority of shops are. Microsoft ships all of their security baselines as group policy backup templates that you can use to deploy CIS, NIST, DISASTIG. All of these are represented as group policy settings. and typically deployed via group policy. So that makes group policy a rich environment for doing reconnaissance by an attacker to find out what your security posture is. And we'll talk about how that gets done, but essentially group policy is a roadmap for your entire security posture. Another area that attackers focus on heavily is malicious editing, meaning getting in and editing GPOs to put settings in there that you did not intend to be in there that end up getting delivered to all of your desktops and servers. And this has the tendency to be the largest vector of group policy abuse out in the wild. Malicious linking, so linking of GPOs. You can't really have a GPO go into effect unless it's linked to a container, like an AD site, a domain, or an OU. So if you have an attacker that has the ability to write links to containers, they can link any GPO to any container and affect objects in that container's capabilities. So, for example, I could, if I was an attacker that understood where security hardening was deployed in the environment, and I had write access to the links attribute on a particular container, I could remove a GPO that does hardening and automatically loosen the security posture of all those systems. Or I could add a link to a container that does something that I want it to do from a attacker's perspective. So there's a lot of flexibility that you have as an attacker if you can link and unlink GPOs. And then the weird stuff. This is sort of the corner cases, some of the research that I've done around different interesting ways to exploit group policy. A little bit more about reconnaissance. Really, as I said, the purpose is to figure out what your security posture is. So where are the weaknesses in your environment? Where are what hardening has been deployed to what systems? What's my password policy? What groups have local group membership? This is something that actually is really commonly looked for. There's tools out there like Bloodhound, PowerView, Grouper2. These are all free open source tools that, among other things, will interrogate workstations and servers to find out which groups or users have been granted admin access on those boxes by virtue of group policy. And really all they're doing is just reading group policy. So once you find GPOs of interest, what do you want to do with that? Well, I'm speaking as an attacker, of course. You want to figure out where those GPOs are linked. And then once you know that, you can query the machines or users in those OUs or domains or sites and say, okay, now I have the list of machines that are affected by these GPOs. And now I've got a list of targets for any accounts that I can compromise. So if I have a help desk admins group that I've compromised a user on, I can look at where via group policy help desk admins has been made administrator on which machines, and now those machines become targets for me as an attacker who has taken over this help desk admin user. So once I have sort of reconnoitered the group policy environment, I'm pretty much have a roadmap for getting privileged access on whatever systems I've compromised. And just to put this kind of into perspective, so up in the upper left here I have group policy editor, and you can see here that I've granted server patch admins and shift 1 server admins members of the administrators group. Now this GPO in and of itself has no meaning until I can understand, okay, where is it linked? Well, it's linked to the computers OU underneath the America OU. So, okay, great. Now I know that. Then how do I figure out what computers are in the Americas OU under the computer OU? And it's very easy to do that. You just ask Active Directory, show me all the computer objects. Now keep in mind, all of this has been done as an authenticated user, as a non-privileged user. I've done none of this with privileges that required special elevation. This is all accessible via read access to all authenticated users by default. Now, what are the areas that attackers tend to look for within a GPO from a reconnaissance perspective? Obviously, not all policy areas are that interesting. If I'm an attacker trying to escalate privileges in the environment, I probably don't really care what drive mappings and printer mappings you have, via group policy, although maybe I do. But more importantly, I want to know what rights have been granted to which users and groups, who has admin access where, who can do, basically restricted groups, GP preferences, local users and groups, user rights assignments. So in other words, what privileged access by virtue of user rights do I have over a system, or which systems have those privileged access been granted to? Security options, these are the kind of hardening settings that come in group policy. And then of course password policy. It's often useful to know as an attacker, is account lockout configured? If not, I can brute force passwords to my heart's content. If it is configured, I know where to stop in my brute forcing before I lock out the account. Windows firewall, knowing where firewalling, if there's any host-based firewalling set up, knowing which ports have been blocked or not blocked. And then app locker. Application control policies. This is the area where you can whitelist or blacklist particular applications based on a variety of criteria. If I'm an attacker who knows what app locker settings are in place, then I can avoid those. So there's a lot of useful information. This is just a very small subset of all of the different policy areas that come in group policy, but you get the idea here. If I have knowledge of all of these areas, then I have a pretty good sense of the security posture of an entire organization. Okay, so how do you defend against reconnaissance? Well, it is all about delegation, and this is a theme that I'm going to repeat throughout this presentation because it is the theme of defending against many of these attacks. It is all about delegation. So by default, most or all GPOs are readable by authenticated users. Authenticated users includes, if you'll remember, all AD users and all AD groups. So I'm sorry, all AD users and all AD computers. And therefore, if I have compromised a user, if I've compromised a computer, I can read all GPOs. And that's really all a tool like Bloodhound or Grouper 2 need to find out about your environment. They'll go into an environment and run as an unprivileged user because that's where they start. An attacker starts unprivileged. They compromise a machine, maybe through a phishing email or whatever the case may be. They get on a machine, they basically compromise the user account. That user is, unless they're super lucky, not likely to be an administrative user on the domain. But that doesn't matter because all of this stuff is permissioned such that a regular user can read it. And once they have read access, they can do whatever they want. So what do we do about this? Well, we can harden our GPOs to reduce the attack surface, reduce the visibility of them, at least the GPOs that relate to security hardening. So remember those policy areas that I just posted on the previous slide, I can reduce the visibility of those by taking out authenticated users from security filtering on that GPO. The screenshot that I'm showing here is the default security filtering when you create a GPO. Authenticated users gets read and apply group policy permission on that GPO. So I can remove that and only let it be read by domain computers. Now, what does this do for me? Well, a regular user account can no longer read this GPO because domain computers doesn't include regular user accounts. Only computer accounts can read this GPO, and which is fine. They're the only ones that need to process this GPO because all of those security areas that I talked about are per computer security, per computer setting areas. So essentially, I don't need users to be able to read this GPO to apply it. I only need computers to be able to read the GPO. So domain computers works significantly on reducing the readability and the attack surface of these GPOs from a reconnaissance perspective. Now, if an attacker manages to compromise a machine account, in other words, they get local admin on a machine, then they can essentially run a process as local system and read on behalf of the machine account any GPO settings. So this only slows them down. It doesn't stop them completely. One further step you could take, which I don't typically recommend because it adds complexity to the environment, let's say you have this server security policy GPO linked to the marketing servers OU, and there's a set of computers in the marketing servers OU. You can add those computers to a security group and then just filter this GPO on that security group. And so the readability of this GPO is reduced even further from all computers in the domain to just the computers that are processing this GPO. So that's a step, an extra step you can take. Again, it requires maintaining that group. It requires remembering when new servers are added to putting them in that group. So it adds complexity. And in terms of just reducing the obvious attack surface, I think it's sufficient to just take away authenticated users for these GPOs that have per computer security hardening settings in them and replace it with domain computers. Now, again, changing from authenticated users to domain computers means that only computer accounts can read that. So now let's do a quick demo just to underscore this. So let's bring up my server here. So what you'll notice here is that I'm in GPMC, and I've got a servers OU that has a GPO linked to it. And as you can see, the authenticated users group is the default security filter for this GPO. That means authenticated users has read and apply group policy permissions on the GPO, meaning that any computers or users in this OU will process this GPO. There's a bunch of computer settings in the GPO related to security hardening. This is actually a Microsoft 2004 or 2004 member server hardening template, and so these are the settings that Microsoft recommends for 2004 Windows servers. And so I've got a bunch of per computer settings in here. I'm going to scope this so that I remove authenticated users, and it warns me that I have to have some access to read this GPO, which is fine. I'm going to grant domain computers that access, and once domain computers is granted this access, then only computer objects will be able to read and apply this GPO. Now again, I'm doing this on the GPO. I'm changing the GPO security filtering so that the OU where this GPO is linked is the target of this GPO, and only computer objects in this OU will be able to read settings out of this GPO. So hopefully that makes sense in terms of hardening from a reconnaissance perspective your GPOs. It's really important that you think about where the sensitive security GPOs are held in your environment and then tighten them down accordingly so that really they're used on a need-to-know basis, so to speak. Okay, so let's move on to malicious GPO editing. So this is the notion that an attacker has write access to the GPO and can therefore make changes to it that you're not expecting. And this is probably the most common and unfortunately the worst kind of GP exploitation. I started seeing this about 3 years ago when a friend of mine brought up a customer of his who had all of their machines ransomware encrypted, and it looked like a GP preferences scheduled task was deploying the ransomware. And that was really strange at the time. I thought, wow, that's pretty unusual that ransomware authors are getting clever enough to actually use group policy to spread the ransomware. But that's exactly what's been happening for a fairly long period of time now. This was back in 2017 when I wrote about this in a blog post. And you can see the link at the bottom of the slide. But essentially, what this attack method relies on is using weak write permissions on GPOs to inject malicious instructions into the GPO. So what are weak write permissions? That means that a lot of people, a lot of accounts, a lot of different group members have the ability to modify or edit GPOs. So again, by default in Windows, domain admins, enterprise admins, GP creator owners, those are the kinds of group members that have the ability to edit GPOs, but you can delegate additional permissions to GPOs to grant whoever you need to the ability to edit them. and that can cause problems, especially if you have hundreds of GPOs that have been delegated over time. You have no idea who actually has right access to those GPOs. So we'll talk about defending against that in a second, but these are some example areas that get attacked on a regular basis. And I already mentioned GP preferences scheduled tasks because it's a nice and easy one. There was a PowerShell commandlet from a tool set called PowerView that's been around for a while that created a new immediate task in GP preferences scheduled tasks simply by writing directly to the XML stored in sysvol that defined such scheduled task settings. And they didn't even really have to know much about group policy other than how to write a scheduled task to launch the malware. And that's really all it did. Scripts is another obvious one. A lot of shops still use logon and or startup scripts. And if you do, those are ripe for attackers because especially if there's scripts already defined and an attacker can edit the script, they can just add a couple malicious lines into the script and you may never notice it until it's too late. Restricted groups or GP preferences, local users and groups. How can I grant myself access to admin access to every machine in the environment? Well, if I can write to one of these GPOs and it's linked in the right place, let's say it's linked at the domain level, and I can just write some arbitrary account or group into a restricted groups policy or a GP preferences local users and groups policy, then I've just made myself admin everywhere. So super powerful and super nasty. And again, the attackers, when they're doing this, it's not like they're firing up GP editor and making a change to a GPO. They've written code to write the settings straight into sysvol. So it does require some knowledge of setting formats, but this has really become democratized over time. People have figured it out, especially for knowing how to write specific settings to specific places. So that's no longer really a barrier to entry. And in fact, there's a free tool out there called Sharp GPO Abuse that takes advantage of this and uses this approach to write arbitrary settings into GPOs in a variety of different areas. Okay, so how do you defend against this? Well, good old delegation comes to the rescue. This is really about who can edit GPOs. If you can edit a GPO, you can write to the two parts of the GPO. Remember that a GPO is composed of an AD part and a sysvol part. The AD part is really keeping metadata about the group policy object. It's the sysvol part where most policy areas store their settings. So that's the fat target for an attacker. You really want to control who can edit GPOs. And I talk about admin tiers. I'm going to talk more about admin tiering in a later slide, but it's really super important to have some kind of admin tiering in place with respect to your GPO delegation. So how do you detect malicious editing? Well, as I said, they're writing to sysvol. So what you're going to see in the case of an attack, and I show it on this screen, is on the left side, on the left screenshot, you see the timestamp of a GPT-Temple INF file, which is the file that holds many of the security settings in group policy. And the timestamp is 4:55 p.m. But on the right image, you see the modified date on the GPO as being 4:20 p.m. So 35 minutes after the GPO was legitimately modified, in other words, when you go into GP Editor and you make a change to a GPO, it updates the modified timestamp on the AD part of the GPO, and that's what you see on the right-hand screen. But then the left-hand screen shows that GPT-Temple INF file was written to 30 minutes later. That could mean that somebody, an attacker maybe, wrote directly to that file, bypassing the normal GP editing process. So here you have a kind of a telltale sign of what could be a malicious edit on a GPO. Okay, so malicious linking. So just as people arbitrarily editing GPOs is a bad thing, arbitrarily linking GPOs is a really bad thing. Linking is really easy to exploit. You don't have to know storage formats of GPO settings. You don't necessarily need access to the GPO at all. If you can find a willing GPO in the environment that suits your purposes, you can bend it to your will if you can link it wherever you want to. So for example, I could link an existing GPO that grants help desk admins. I could link that to an AD site that contains a domain controller, and suddenly I've added help desk admins to the domain administrators group, potentially. And I'll talk about how that works in a second. But linking is much easier to exploit and harder to spot. And the reason it's harder to spot is you're not necessarily looking for new GPO linking. If you're doing AD auditing and you're paying attention to your AD auditing, then you can spot changes to what is called the GP link attribute on a container object. And remember that GPOs can be linked to AD sites, domains, or OUs. So if somebody writes to the GP link attribute, like an attacker, you can see that in an AD auditing solution. But the point is, you have to be looking for it. And the permissions tend to be very poorly delegated. You look at a particular OU that's been delegated to over time, and you see who has write permissions on the GP link attribute, and I'm guessing it's probably many, many people. And why is that? Because when people do delegation in AD, they tend to kind of throw in the kitchen sink just in case. So you end up with, this group has full control over the OU, that group has full control over the OU, and suddenly you have many, many users who can write to the OU. If you can write to the OU, then you can link a GPO. So that tends to be poorly delegated and poorly documented. Now, if an attacker can link a GPO somewhere that a domain controller processes, then it's game over for the domain, meaning the attacker can get domain admins pretty easily. I'll talk about that in a second. And the only rate limiter for this is that writing GP link does require some knowledge. So as an example, here's a GP link attribute with about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 GPOs linked to it. And you'll notice that each GPO has a DN, or distinguished name, path, and it has a little indicator at the end of it, 0 in this case, that indicates the status of the link. So that's really all that an attacker needs to know how to write a link. Now, how do you defend against malicious linking? Well, guess what? You can control who can link GPOs using delegation. So linking is the ultimate weaponization of a GPO, so you have to control who can link GPOs to containers. And you really have to control it if the container is the domain or an AD site containing a domain controller, because both of those locations are processed by domain controllers, domain-wide or AD site specific. If a domain controller processes a GPO in either of those locations, they're going to get those settings in that GPO. Now, obviously, domain-linked GPOs have even wider impact because they apply to every computer or every user in the domain. So if you can compromise one of those as well, or you can link a GPO of your choosing to the domain, you can cause lots of havoc. I worked in an environment of about 25,000 users once where somebody accidentally linked the wrong GPO to the domain level. They were testing this GPO, forgot to put a security filter on it, linked it to the domain, and promptly locked everyone out of their workstations for that day. And it wasn't until finally we were able to discover what had happened with the GPO. It didn't present itself in an obvious way, and we're able to back that out. Now, tier 0 admins, I'll talk again about tiering in a second, are the only ones that should be able to link a container that is processed by a domain controller. That means domain or AD site. Only tier 0 admins should have write access to that GP link attribute. Note, it's really hardly ever done in reality, but it needs to be. I'm making this point because most people aren't thinking about this angle of group policy management, and they really need to be. I am telling you that every week I read another story about a ransomware attack where, if the details are available, group policy was used as a vector for either moving around the environment or compromising the environment with ransomware. Monitor any changes on the GP link attributes, especially on those sensitive containers. And then finally, don't forget to monitor the containers for changes to the GP options attribute. This is the attribute on a container that controls that block inheritance flag. If an attacker can change the block inheritance flag, either enable it or disable it, they can change what policies apply to the machines on those containers. And that could effectively remove mandated policies or add policies that shouldn't have been added. So let's demo this kind of idea of how easy it is to compromise a domain with just the ability to write to the GP link attribute. Okay, now back to my demo machine, and I'm going to set the stage for what I have going on here. So I have this GPO. It's called the Help Desk Local Admin Policy, and this GPO has a restricted group setting that grants help desk admins to be a member of the administrators group. Now, I have a number of users in help desk admins, and if I come into AD users and computers and I bring up my users, you'll notice that this user, R. Bardet, is a member of the help desk admins group. So this user currently does not have the ability to connect to and manage domain controllers. If I try to remote desktop to these domain controllers using R. Bardet's admin account, I will not be able to do it. And I will prove it to you right now. Connection was denied because the user account is not authorized for remote login. Let's say, however, that somebody, an attacker, has compromised R. Bardet's account. Now, R. Bardet is not a domain admin, but R. Bardet happens to have the ability to write to an AD site called default first site name. That's the default site that gets created in AD. And if I go to delegation, you'll notice that help desk admins has the ability to link GPOs to this site. Now, R. Bardet, being a member of help desk admins, can link GPOs to this site, and an attacker can read Active Directory and find this fact out. So the attacker has compromised R. Bardet and therefore has the ability to link a GPO to default first site name. Well, do you know what's in default first site name? Of course, a domain controller. So what I can do as an attacker is I can issue a very simple AD command, and this is just using the AD PowerShell module to connect to the default first site object in AD and write the URL, or it's really a DN, an LDAP DN of the GPO containing that restricted groups policy to the site. So R. Bardet has the ability to do this because he's in help desk admins, which can link GPOs to that site. So if I run this command, and I think I have probably a duplicate here, so let me do this and let me replace instead of add. And now I've replaced it. So now that GPO is linked. If I come into GPMC and I go to linked group policy objects and I refresh it, and this usually takes a few seconds to show up. And there it is. So now as R. Bardet, I linked help desk admin policy to the AD site default first site name. And now once group policy processes on the domain controller, which it will do after about 5 minutes. Domain controllers process group policy in the background every 5 minutes or so. So once that happens, if I come in as my R. Bardet account and try to remote desktop to this domain controller, let's see what happens. And lo and behold, I am now able to remote desktop to this domain controller. Now, why did that happen? Well, because my restricted groups policy was linked to a domain controller. Remember that restricted groups adds a group, in this case help desk admins, to another group, in that case administrators. It was applied at a domain controller. Restricted groups policy doesn't know any different. It says, oh, there's an administrators group on the domain controller. Yeah, it's the domain administrators group. And so what am I going to do? I'm going to add help desk admins to the domain administrators group, and suddenly our Bardet admin has now been compromised and has become, by virtue of just being able to link that GPO to the site object, has become essentially a domain admin. Nasty, and not something that you want to let happen in your environment. So let me talk a little bit about admin tiering and group policy, because I think it's super important to talk about this, in general with respect to Active Directory security, but also with respect to group policy. So what is admin tiering? This is something that was introduced by Microsoft in their Pass the Hash white paper that came out several years ago now, back in I think 2014. And this diagram is from that white paper, and it describes what admin tiering is. Essentially, to just simplify it, you have 3 tiers in your environment. Tier 0 is domain controllers, Tier 1 are servers, and Tier 2 are workstations. Each tier has an account associated with it. So me, Darren, I have a Tier 0 account, a Tier 1 account, and a Tier 2 account, assuming I manage domain controllers, servers, and desktops. So in a small environment, you might wear multiple hats. You need 3 accounts. I understand that seems like a lot. Get over it. It's important. I'm being a little bit harsh about it, but the point is, tiering really works to help reduce pass the hash attacks and any kind of credential theft by virtue of the fact that you don't let Tier 2 admins, for example, log into Tier 0 servers, domain controllers. You don't let Tier 1 admins log into Tier 0 servers, domain controllers. And you don't let Tier 0 admins, domain controller admins, log into Tier 1 or Tier 2 servers or workstations. Why? Because whenever that happens, they leave credentials in memory on those systems that can then be harvested by attackers using a tool like Mimikatz, and essentially can be used then to move to another tier and take over the systems in that tier. So tiering is a super important move to make with respect to Active Directory security management, and it applies as well to group policy objects. And I'll talk about how it applies. So I have essentially extended admin tiering to group policy in the following ways. And yes, if you're not using admin tiering, if you are using admin tiering and not applying it to group policy, you need to. And if you're not using admin tiering, you definitely should. And yes, it is overhead, but it's important. Any GPOs that apply to domain controllers should only be editable by Tier 0 admins. So if you have a GPO linked to the domain controllers OU, to the domain, to an AD site, all of those will be processed by domain controllers by default. Those GPOs should only be editable by Tier 0 admins. Any containers that apply to domain controllers, I just named them, the domain controllers OU, AD sites, should only allow Tier 0 admins to modify the GP link attribute on those containers. Any GPOs linked to servers OU should only be editable by Tier 1 admin accounts. And likewise, any of those servers OUs should only have their GP link attribute editable by Tier 1 admins. And then any GPOs linked to workstations should only be editable by Tier 2 admins and only linked to those workstations by Tier 2 admins as well. Pretty straightforward. I realize it's overhead. It really is important, and you should definitely consider, if you're doing admin tiering, apply it to group policy. If you're not doing admin tiering, apply it to AD and to group policy. Now let's have a little fun and talk about some interesting corner cases that I found in terms of group policy attacks. This is not stuff you're going to see every day, but it's, some additional things to keep an eye out for. I call it the weird stuff. External paths is a pretty interesting one, and this was really called out with a tool called Grouper2. I have the link here in the slide. It's a great free open source tool made by a guy down in Australia, and what it's, among other things, trying to do is find references to external content. So I've talked a lot about delegating control of group policy objects. That's all well and good, except that if a GPO refers to a piece of content, an executable, a script, an MSI, that is not in sysvol, that is like outside on a server share somewhere, then the hardening of that GPO is only as good as the hardening of the content. So if you have a logon script defined in your GPO that's sitting on a server share somewhere, and that server share is wide open, but the GPO is locked down, then a malicious actor can get to the server, edit the script, and they might as well have had full access to the GPO. So you need to harden your GPOs, but you also need to harden the stuff that they point to. Logon scripts, startup scripts, MSIs used by software installation, shortcuts that are pointing to executables on other servers, GP preferences shortcuts, GP preferences, file copies from other servers. If you're copying files, when users process policy, you're copying files from a file share down to a local workstation or server. Make sure that that file share is protected. Again, no use in locking down your GPOs if an attacker can just compromise that external resource or that external path. And Grouper 2 is really a great tool for running against your environment to find some of these weaknesses. So I highly recommend you picking it up and checking it out. And the last one I'll talk about is ADMX hijacking. This was something I found, just thought about and had some fun with, but it's not something you're likely to see, but it just sort of underscores another area where you might want to consider locking down your environment. So if an attacker can write to your ADMX files, they can plant landmines in those ADMX files to redirect regular admin template settings to do other things. It does require patience because step 1, attacker edits ADMX. Step 2, attacker waits for you to implement a setting that uses the ADMX. And then step 3, attacker takes advantage of the targets that have processed that. So it's not an obvious thing, but it is possible. And here, as an example, I showed you, I'm sure many of you know that setting called always wait for network at computer startup and user login. And that's in an ADMX file. And what I did is I mucked with that ADMX file so that if that setting is enabled, what it actually does is disable UAC on the machine. I've changed the software key the registry key that it points to, and I changed the value name, and I flipped the on and off values so that if it's enabled, quote unquote, if the policy is enabled in GP Editor, then UAC is disabled, and that's what the 0 decimal value is showing you there. Very tricky. You wouldn't know it as an administrator. You're editing the GPO and you still see the term always wait for network at computer startup and user logon. But what happens when you enable it is behind the scenes the ADMX file is instructing the GPO to turn off UAC. Fun. So what do you need to do? You need to secure your ADMX stores. If you're using the central store, make sure that very few, if any, people can write to it on an arbitrary basis. It should be limited to, let's say, tier 1 admins or tier 0 admins even, so that it can't simply be written to by anyone. And once you have that in place, then it'll be hard for somebody to compromise one of your ADMXs. All right, let's summarize. Control GPO delegation tightly. Control container delegation tightly. Delegation is the key to protecting AD and group policy. So I've done a bunch of talks on Active Directory hacking and group policy hacking, and it's a common theme. We have the tools at our disposal to keep this stuff under control. The problem is that delegation is usually not paid attention to in many large environments. Control your delegation, especially with respect to group policy editing and linking. Use admin tiering if you can. I realize it may not fit into your administrative model. Tough. It's the secure way to manage AD and group policy. Monitor your group policy environment for all GP-related events. If you're using an Active Directory monitoring solution, make sure you're looking at group policy changes. Make sure you're looking at sysvol changes that happen separate from normal group policy changes. Those are the things you want to look at. Make sure you're looking for linking and unlinking. And of course, look for any kind of suspicious activity. And don't assume attackers aren't using any and all of these techniques, and probably new ones that I haven't even talked about yet. So again, this is meant to partially scare you and partially educate you about how group policy is being used in real environments today by attackers to take advantage of your environment. And I guess I'd finish by saying, there are ways of avoiding this. I suppose the first one is you could stop using group policy. Now, that's sort of security by obscurity, because you're going to find something else to use, then an attacker is going to find other ways to exploit that. So again, I think most people out there are using group policy if for nothing else than to security harden their systems. I think that's a good thing. It's a powerful tool. All I'm suggesting is that you spend a little bit of time to think about how it's deployed and how it's secured before you assume that everything in your environment is safe and protected. I, again, have seen way too many examples in the wild of group policy being exploited to no good. So I hope this was useful and interesting, and thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the sessions today. And I will see you out in the universe of group policy. My Twitter account is Group Policy Guy. You can find me and follow me out there. And thank you very much.
The session has now concluded. Make sure to download the handouts at petri.com/conferences, or you can find a link down in the description below. Stay tuned. There are more sessions ahead.
Derek Melber here from ALCID. And in this session, we're going to be talking a little bit about zero trust. First of all, we're going to describe a little bit about what zero trust is and why we need to consider zero trust. And then we're going to relate it directly to proactively securing Active Directory. Obviously, zero trust is a much bigger concept in terms of your entire network infrastructure, data, and resources, but we want to really focus on the Active Directory aspect of that. Just for a brief introduction to exactly who I am. My name is Derek Melber. I am the Technical Director here at ALCID for North America, and I have been in the industry a little bit. I have 16 Microsoft MVPs, both in group policy as well as in Active Directory. You see somewhat of an older book here on your screen, the Group Policy Resource Kit, which was actually written back in, I think, 2006, 2007 timeframe. But really, Microsoft hasn't updated any information around group policy, so it's still the de facto. I have a prolific speaking background. Over the last 5 or 6 years, I've had the luxury of traveling the world, speaking to different administrators and organizations throughout the world. I went to approximately, last year alone, about 25 countries. But I do appreciate my travels and meeting so many different people from different cultures and different environments. But the one thing that I found was the same is Active Directory is the same no matter where you go. I've also written more than the book that you see on your screen. Over the years, I've written about 16 books in total. So that kind of gives you a little bit of background on who I am and what I've been doing in my career. If you do have any questions throughout this session and you want to ping me and get my opinion or ask if you're struggling with something, please don't hesitate to do that. It's actually part of my job to help admins solve problems and get to things that you want to get to. So if you do have any questions, comments, complaints, that is my email. I'm constantly checking email like I think everybody else is. So please don't hesitate to do that. Also, I use LinkedIn extensively for communications of ideas, concepts, blogs, and such. I love to read what other people write, make comments, as well as I really appreciate when I'm able to communicate stuff and people are able to comment. So it's a great way to communicate. So follow me, I'll follow you back, and we can extend the Active Directory and security group, I guess, that follows me and I follow on LinkedIn. So without further ado, let's jump into kind of an agenda for what we're going to talk about. And what we're going to talk about first, again, as I said, is kind of what is zero trust and why we need it. And then I'm going to relate it to the cyber kill chain. And the reason I want to do that is I want to kind of break down kind of where we've been, what we spend efforts on, what we don't spend efforts on, and what we need to spend efforts on, which I really think ties directly with zero trust. And then we need to talk about the concept of privileges, because if you really think about where we've been and what we need to do, we need to secure what the attackers want, which is privileges. And this is where we really want to trust no one. We want to verify, double check, triple check to make sure we know who's gaining access. And then I want to talk about what we've been doing to try to secure our environments and where the limitations specifically for Active Directory have been. And then we're going to align Zero Trust to Active Directory. And then I'm going to give you actions. I really don't like presentations where the presenter just kind of talks about things generically. What I like to do is give you something to do when we're done. So I certainly will be doing that at the end, or towards the end, not at the end, towards the end of this presentation. So let's talk a little bit about what zero trust is. And there are a couple of different definitions of zero trust. All in all, they're the same. I actually pulled this one from NIST, and I like the way it uses the words to describe things. So really, zero trust is the concept that we are going to move from where we've been, which is more of a static network-based perimeter security model, to focusing on the actual innards of the environment. Identity and access management for the most part, which is users, assets, and resources. So this is some may not look at it as a major change, but it really is. I also think that when we start focusing on users, assets, and resources, it's more of a proactive approach than a reactive approach. Also, when you move forward and look at the architecture of the zero trust model, it basically uses zero trust principles to put these things in place. So it's, again, as I mentioned earlier, AD is just one cog in the overall picture, but for the entire architecture, you take these principles and you put them in place everywhere. And then the zero trust model also assumes that no implicit trust granted to assets or user accounts is based on their physical or network location. So, again, this is that network concept where we're moving away from. So we're not going to trust anyone. It doesn't really matter if you're in the network. Obviously, the internal users have proven that they are a huge attack vector. And then it doesn't matter who owns what, because the idea is often the attacker will impersonate. And when we impersonate, we need to still verify it's the right person. So these are some of those concepts. And again, we're going to get into some of the details as we move ahead. Obviously, at the core of any network operating system is authentication and authorization. And what we want to do is, before we give anyone access, we want to make sure that both users, service accounts, devices, it doesn't matter what it is really authenticated before the session, to make sure that we are protecting things in a zero trust model. Also, we want to protect resources, not network segments. So again, we're moving away from the network and moving into the data, the assets. And I look at this as a proactive way of viewing things versus a more reactive way. And again, I think this is a critical pillar for making sure that we implement zero trust and we actually change our mindset on how we're securing Active Directory. So if we break down what we just went through, right, what controls users, assets, and resources? Well, Active Directory does. What is at the core of your enterprise infrastructure? So you notice that if we kind of go back and forth here, I'm just taking the key aspects out of these bullet points and talking about what's controlling them, and it's all Active Directory. authentication and authorization. Well, that's Active Directory, right? We authenticate at the beginning of our session, and then we are authorized basically by group membership, user rights, and permissions on what we can access. So again, Active Directory is controlling all of this. And then, of course, what controls access? Well, again, through group membership, user rights, permissions, we are controlling all of these concepts by Active Directory. So we cannot discuss Zero Trust without focusing on Active Directory. I believe it is at the core of the overall mind shift from where we've been with security, which, of course, if you look at any news thread, daily, we have new attacks, new breaches. So we need to protect the most important aspect, which Zero Trust at the core is Active Directory. Now, as I mentioned, we're going to kind of tie this to the cyber kill chain. So I'm going to just flush all of this out, and we're going to focus on each different component. So you'll see here 0-1, this is really the fact that the attacker is looking at endpoints. They're going to go after the low-hanging fruit. So these are the decisions that they're going to do, and then they're going to attack those endpoints. And they want to compromise the endpoint not only for the user that's logged on, but also for privileges. So they want to get local privileges, and they're going to escalate that normally. And it's highly documented how they are able to do this. And then what they want to do is they want to look at the overall network. They want to get a lay of the land for what's going on. And again, there are tools designed to do this. But all of this, 0 through 4, this is at the endpoint. And I believe that over the years, if you look back all the way to probably the beginning of antivirus solutions, we've been focusing on the endpoint. And I'll just be honest, my opinion is that we cannot protect endpoints fully. I don't care if you have 4 endpoints or you have 400,000, one of those is going to be compromised. And it's nearly impossible, I think it is impossible, to secure all of your endpoints. And the attackers only need one endpoint. That's all they need. They don't need every endpoint. Now, it's nice for them to move laterally and gain access to other endpoints because possibly one endpoint's easier to get local privileges than another, but they only need one endpoint to actually do what they need to do. Now, if you look at the far right, obviously this is where the data is compromised in some way. And again, that's post-compromise, right? Way post-compromise. That's the data even being compromised. And then we have 5 through 8. And 5 through 8 is really where Zero Trust lives. This is where we are making sure that we know who the users are. We are authenticating the correct users. Again, even if the workstation's been compromised and that user has logged on from that workstation, we want to double verify because often what happens is impersonation occurs. So we want to make sure that at every step we are verifying, and that's where Zero Trust comes in. Now, you'll see at the top of this that there are some different solutions in place to help with security in 5 through 8. Pen testing, compliance, SIEM solutions, agent-based, but all of these have a subset of issues that are in common. And that subset is point in time, shallow depth of the security, and post-compromise. So when we really look at what we've been doing, and we've been doing these for many years, this is the limitations that really has spurred why Zero Trust is so important. So when we start thinking about the overall picture, we're not saying we're going to throw these things out. They are important, but we cannot rely on them to actually secure Active Directory. It's not the solution to secure Active Directory. These are some of the components to help us secure Active Directory, but they are not the ones that are actually going to perform the security. So if we kind of break out of that picture and we look at the cyber kill chain, you'll notice that 5 through 8 is when they attack Active Directory. This is when they're going to move laterally, gain privileges, and they always want privileges, right? Group memberships. They want to be on a permission or ACL or gain access as someone that already has that access. They want user rights. They want to be able to modify the system, back up the system, to make changes to the system. These are all of the ways that, or not all, these are the majority of the ways that the attacker wants to get into the environment and gain privileges. This is that privilege escalation concept. So we need to trust no one. And at every single move, every single position, every modification in AD, we have to verify, did something bad happen? Are we making sure that everything that is secure is still secure so that we have the zero trust in place? So if we look at the legacy tools and processes, what is missed? I mean, what have these tools been missing that's allowing all of these breaches and attacks to be successful, right? And this is why we require zero trust now. Well, settings for required functions were missed, right? SPNs. I don't know of too many tools that actually look at service principal names. So these are aspects of Active Directory that are required. But if we're not looking at them to make sure they're secured, it's easy for the attacker, because the attacker can now gain access as other individuals. Primary group ID. This is another perfect example. Primary group IDs were needed back when in the POSIX compliance days, back in the early Unix days. Well, we've solved those issues, so we no longer really need primary group ID from a security standpoint. But they're still there, because what happened was, let's say in the year 2001, when we were communicating with POSIX systems, we needed to put a primary group ID for a couple of users to tell the POSIX what type of privileges they had. And then when it was fixed and we no longer relied on it, we didn't take it out. So it's still there. These are the types of things that the attackers are leveraging. Some of them are actually configurations that are in AD that have been there for 15, almost 20 years. Some of them are new. Some of them are misconfigurations because someone didn't know what they were doing. They tested something and they didn't think it had any ramifications. I see this all the time. There's also settings like Kerberos delegations, right? I have yet to see an environment that didn't have Kerberos delegations, and I've yet to see an environment that didn't have Kerberos delegations that were easily attacked. So we have these settings. Almost every environment has them. We're not looking at them. We're not fixing them. So we're trusting, right? We're just trusting these settings are there. That's where zero trust comes in. Trust no one. Make sure that we're doing the checks and balances. We also have missed opportunities with built-in processes, right? SD prop, which deals with admin SD holder, admin count, SID history, trust relationships. These are all of the built-in processes that every Active Directory environment has. Every single one of them has these toggles. Now, not everybody may be using SID history. Not everybody may have a trust, but it's there, right? And if you're not looking at them, ridiculing them, making sure that all of the I's are dotted and the T's crossed, you are going to miss something, but the attacker isn't. Zero trust, right? Then we have settings that have been misconfigured for years. Who knows what they are? They could be part of this list. They could be group membership. It could be someone on an access control list for delegation. It could be someone in a group. I honestly don't know what it is, but the setting has been sitting there since the year 2002. No one thought about exploiting it, and all of a sudden it's exploitable. And the reason is these tools that we have in place don't have the logic or the depth of analysis to be able to go in and look at relationships of different objects in their settings. We need to have that. We also need to have an understanding of what is a good change and what is a bad change. You know, for example, a lot of times I show that when someone is removed out of the domain admins group, we think that's a good thing, right? And it is. But what if the user has an admin count equal to 1? Now they could be leveraged in some way during an attack. So this is the type of thing that we need to evaluate, and we need solutions that help us evaluate not just individual concepts, but complexities. And this is going to help broaden the zero trust concept even further. And this concept of looking at attributes, objects, and settings and how they relate to one another, that's this attack pathway detection. This is really the crux of where we can take the zero trust concept and not just make it zero trust, but we can push it to a next level. And I think that becomes very important when we're trying to put these security measures in place. Now, if we try to align AD security with zero trust, first and foremost, we need proactive security detection, right? This is the concept that instead of focusing on logs and post-compromise, we are going to focus on what can we do before the attacker arrives? What can we do to make sure that we are verifying everyone? And that's really this proactive security. We also need to be able to look at real-time attack detection because you have to consider not every attack has to do with a misconfiguration or a vulnerability. A password spray attack, for example, anyone can perform that attack. But what you need is a solution that can analyze it and fix it as soon as possible. You need a certain level of depth for your security. You can't rely on audits. They don't go deep enough. You need a deep level. You need to automatically analyze. I talk to organizations and they have teams of analysts that are constantly analyzing things. Well, there's a couple of problems with that. One is if you're constantly analyzing, you're going to miss stuff. If you're constantly analyzing everything, the volume of what you're analyzing is too much. And now you're going to maybe be out a week or two and you're already compromised and you're still trying to analyze that. We need automatic, right? I think the solution, any security solution, should have no privileges. If you put a security solution in place and it's attacked and it now becomes the attack vector, it now switched around. You don't want that, right? You need automatic analysis and continuous analysis, 24/7, automatic. You can't wait, instantaneous, right? You need no agents. Agents are bad. Agents normally mean immediately overhead for maintenance and they need privileges. Let's not do that. Let's, with AD, include the least number of domain controllers. The domain controllers are busy, right? They're like the highest people in whatever military division you're talking about. We can't constantly be annoying them by getting information. So let's just go to one and stick with one, right? And we have to include the security checks and settings that have been missed for so long. The list before, we have to include them. We need to do that because if we do that, we are broadening zero trust and we are making sure we're filling the holes for where the attackers are attacking us today. Now, if we look at zero trust in action, right, we can look at uncovering threats, right? This is the idea where we want to look at existing vulnerabilities. We want to harden Active Directory with contextual guidance, not just go secure Kerberos delegation. How do we do that? What should we do with that? And once we dig out the existing vulnerabilities and fix them, and once we harden everything from that point forward, we have to constantly make sure it doesn't drift. This is where that 24/7 automatic analysis comes in. And so anytime any modification in AD is made, the relationships have to be evaluated. And if any new vulnerability or weakness comes up, that has to be brought to our attention. Again, we have to be able to detect attacks because attacks don't always relate to you fixing something. So we have to be able to do that. And we have to be able to send this information into something that possibly can automatically remediate. So this is where your SOC comes in and you can communicate with your SIEM or SOAR inside of that SOC. And we cannot rely on AI algorithms. They produce way too many false positives. It will get better in the future, but right now, how many times are you going to get a false positive until you start to ignore it? That becomes the biggest problem. And then finally, we need to respond to breaches. We need to be able to respond to something that's going on. We need to be able to dig out if someone put something persistently in our environment so we can remediate it permanently, make sure that can't happen again, and make sure that we know where we're looking and we know what settings were modified. Well, if we put this into action and kind of see this in play, well, that's really where ALSID comes in. So ALSID uncovers the threats that are in your existing Active Directory. I honestly don't know of any other solution that does that. The closest is a pen test, but a pen test is only a point in time, and it doesn't go to the depth that ALSID does. So this concept of ALSID pointing to Active Directory, digging out all of the settings that in relation to another setting can cause lateral movement or allow privilege escalation, this becomes extremely important. And being able to see the details, get recommendations, know what the vulnerability is, what the fix is. This is the power of a solution like this. Because even a pen test, it just says, a pen tester, they're not going to go into this level of detail. They know, but it's hard to explain, right? An audit certainly doesn't go to this level of detail. So this is where something that automatically analyzes and alerts you to what the problems are that might have been 17 years ago, very, very powerful for you to be able to get this information. Then the whole concept of being able to detect attacks in real time also becomes very powerful. So this allows you to see the details if you are actually under attack. So you can actually tell the SIM, tell the SOAR, email everyone that there's a password spray attack going on and something needs to be fixed immediately. And you can communicate this into the SIM. You can use playbooks and with your SOAR and trigger a playbook so that certain things are triggered and certain things are happening in the environment. The last piece is to be able to respond to a breach. Again, this is where you're relying on your SOC, but you can also utilize the ALSID interface to dig deeper. You're able to run custom queries, look at the history of what's going on in AD. And you got to consider that not everything is security related, right? There may have been some other event happen in AD that wasn't directly security, but you're going to be able to dig that information out. And you're going to be able to now run these queries, look at the relationships, look at the settings, look at things that happened in a pool of time, maybe within 2 or 3 minutes before the attack occurred, and you see that a change was made in AD that allowed that. So this gives you that insight, that deeper view. So now you can dive into the environment. So I think that the action items that I wanted to focus on were really a couple of slides before, which is the service principal name, the Kerberos delegations. I want you to go investigate those today. I want you to do that. You can run PowerShell commands. If you don't know what those PowerShell commands are to dig those configurations out, I have them. Email me, and I'd be more than happy to send them to you. Because at the end of the day, what we need to do is change our mindset. And I think that the zero trust model gives us the framework for that. And we can see it in the cyber kill chain, where we have been missing things, where the attackers are attacking. The attackers want privileges. We need to make sure that all avenues, all privileges are locked down. The current tools aren't enough. They're a good foundation, but they're not enough to do proactive automatic analysis in real time on AD security to let you know when things are askew and an attacker can attack. Because we need to set up the environment where we trust no one. And if you're not looking at things in real time, you're trusting too many people. And so putting zero trust into action it's a big deal, and it's not an easy task, right? Now, if you have any questions about those PowerShell commands or anything else, if you want to see the power of ALSID, I'm more than happy to show you that. You can email me here, derek.melber@alsid.com, and I'd be more than happy to spin up a call, show you things in real time. We can go over any things that you're particularly concerned about. What I'm seeing is that many organizations are concerned about password spray attacks are the #1 attack vector. They're also concerned about very difficult to detect things like a DC sync, DC shadow attack, golden ticket attacks. You need to be able to see those. You cannot look at a log and see those. Not going to happen. So hopefully this gave you some insight into how really Alsid is trying to align with Zero Trust, how we need to all, whether you use Alsid or not, readjust your thinking so that now you're focusing on the idea that what we've been doing isn't enough and we need to add more. What is that? Well, I think this fills the gaps of what we've been missing. So thank you so much for your attention. Again, my name is Derek Melber. I want to thank you. If I ever get to see you again live, that would be awesome to shake your hand. I do quite a few blogs as well as sessions through my webinars. So please track me down. I can get you my schedule if you want to learn anything else or get updates. And I will let you get back to the rest of your day. Thank you so much for your time. And for myself and the rest of the Alsid team, thank you very much.
The session has now concluded. Make sure to download the handouts at petri.com/conferences, or you can find a link down in the description below. Stay tuned, there are more sessions ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. We finally made it. It's the last session of the day. I don't know about you, but I've learned a ton today, picked out a lot of great tips. Hopefully I've also been a big pest in the chat room for you all as well. But this is it, we made it. This is the final session of the day. So I'm Todd Klint. I will be bringing you out of this great day. I've done a bunch of these before. I feel like I know y'all. This is kind of a formality here. I'm a SharePoint MVP, really an Office servers and services MVP now, because you can't just do SharePoint anymore. You got to do the whole thing. Been doing SharePoint since way back in the day, and starting with SharePoint 2010, the management interface on the command line switched to PowerShell, and soon after that, I became a big lover of PowerShell. And so that is kind of what led me to this session today. All of the slides, all of the snippets of code and stuff we're going to look at, you will be able to get from the Petri folks, but you can also reach out to me directly if you've got questions about the code or the slides, or just want to hang out with somebody who's cool and talk about PowerShell. You can reach me at these locations. You can email me, todd.klint@sympraxisconsulting.com. Also known as the longest email address I've ever seen. I'm on Twitter at Todd Klint. You can also go to my blog. I post Office 365 things there, PowerShell things, you know, all kinds of stuff. What I've eaten for breakfast, all the great things you really go out to social media for. But I'm out there, very friendly guy. I'd love to hear from you. So I don't know about all of you, but I learned a whole bunch today, saw a whole bunch of cool things, and I know that you all in the back of your minds were thinking, this is great. Steve, I really learned a lot in this session. But where is the PowerShell? Well, folks, hopefully you saw in the schedule that would be what we're wrapping today up with. So for the next 30 minutes or so, I'm going to be talking to you about Office 365 user management and how to use PowerShell to do that, what the different options are for you. Unfortunately, it's a little complicated, but that's because there's so many great options. So I'm going to help you kind of decide which options, show you what they are. But that's what we're going to do. So there are the key takeaways on the side there. We're going to talk about why you should use PowerShell, what situations, which tools you should use, and then just how to do them. I threw a little nugget in at the end. Once you get into this, you're going to start using PowerShell a lot. You're going to start having to authenticate against Microsoft 365 a lot with PowerShell, and I've got some tips on that to make that a little less frustrating, be able to keep as much of your hair as humanly possible and just not pull it all out. Let's dig in. Let's do it. Let's talk about PowerShell. So first we're going to start with PowerShell, why and what and which and all of the questioning words. So why PowerShell? Now, as you've been watching for the beginning part of the day, there are all kinds of really great UIs in Office 365. And depending on which part of Office 365 you deal with the most, you're familiar with their UI. If you're mostly an Exchange person, you're used to going to Exchange Online. If you're mostly identity and user management, you're going to the Azure AD portal. If you're like me, in a SharePoint person, you're going to the Microsoft 365 Admin Center and mucking around in there. There's a bunch of different UIs to get the job done, and they all have their strengths depending on what you're trying to do. So why do we want to add another one into the mix? Why do we want to add another option in? And we're not actually just adding one, as we're going to find out in a bit. But we're going to look at PowerShell because it has a lot of advantages once you start managing your environment to scale. So it seems silly, but the cloud is big. I mean really big. And as you move into the cloud, Microsoft has done a tremendous job of making it really easy for you to do more things in their cloud. And so the scale of things that you're going to do is going to get bigger. So maybe more users, but also more sites in SharePoint, more groups to do things, more objects in Azure, and the more things you have to touch and things you have to create and edit and delete and manage and all that, the better automation works for you. So all the things that you've done today you can do in the UI, and that works great, but it gets really tedious when you have to do it 100 times or 1,000 times or whatever. So automating these things in the cloud, because the cloud is so big, will help you with that. The other thing is, I don't know about you, but I get frustrated when I'm doing a process and it's, I love wizards because I love my hand being held as I walk down the path, but there's a lot of clicking of next, and a lot of these long processes have a lot of things built in that make them take a long time. So the good news with PowerShell is when you've got this really long process of 7 or 8 steps, you can run it in a single PowerShell command. So you might not even be automating it for the sake of scheduling or whatever, just automating it so you don't have to click the mouse so many times. That mouse and arm, I don't know about you, my mouse and bicep is my biggest one because of all the work that it gets. Sometimes it needs a little rest. And so a PowerShell script can take these long, complicated processes that you're doing and boil them down to make them a little easier to run. The other thing is those long processes can have more errors in them. And so if you get a process down and you define it well, if it's a lot of steps, get it in a PowerShell document, you can start whittling away at those errors. You can do some error checking in there, you can make sure that things look correctly, and then once you've got it right once in the PowerShell script, it's probably good forever, so it helps pull some of your errors out. The other thing is everybody agrees, 110% people, I polled everybody, including my mom, we all agree that documentation is important and that nobody documents enough. We all agree. We also all agree that documenting things stinks. Nobody likes to do it. So the great news about PowerShell is if you do this in a script, not only have you written the thing that does the thing, the process, but you've also documented it. It's all right there. So you can have a bunch of scripts, and when new people come in, you can say, here's the process we use when we onboard somebody or when we set up a new office or whatever. And it's all right there in the script. It's all documented. So that's good. Now, one of the things that I will tell you, depending on the size of your team, is you've got this great documentation, but documentation is really for somebody else, a little bit for you, but a lot for other people. And so it's not enough to have that documentation. You have to have it someplace where people can find it. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about GitHub and how you should take these PowerShell scripts that will do the work for you and serve as your documentation and get them up someplace where other people can also see them. I use GitHub. There's also Azure DevOps, but I think Azure DevOps is kind of moving into GitHub. So that's where I tell people to go now. And all the tools work with GitHub. So the thing I tell companies when they're moving to the cloud is do your PowerShell scripts, open up a GitHub repository, get everybody in your IT team or whatever in there, and then check your scripts in. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But then everybody can marvel at the amazing things that you're doing with PowerShell. I've talked about the tools that you should use. There's a lot of ways to edit PowerShell. You can do it in Notepad, Notepad++, the ISE, whatever. For the last couple of years, honestly, I've been doing it all in Visual Studio Code. Now, I know there's a lot of you that have been coming to my sessions for the last 10 or 15 years, and you're like, oh my God, Todd, you're a developer, you're in Visual Studio. I'm not. I'm a scripter. I'm a hack. But Visual Studio Code is a really good PowerShell editor, and I try really hard to avoid it and to resist it, but it really won me over. And so in the first demo here, I'm gonna show you what Visual Studio Code looks like and how to use it, and it really is the IDE that I use for everything. And if I'm on a machine that doesn't have Visual Studio Code, I almost don't wanna do PowerShell because it's just not as much fun anymore. So we'll check that out, and hopefully you'll be able to use that also. If you've spent any time in Office 365 at all, you know that every UI looks different. And a lot of them do the same thing. There's a whole lot of places where you can create a group in Office 365 or create a user, and every one of them does it just a little differently. Asks a little different questions, calls the values you put in a little different. And you're like, oh. Well, part of the reason that happens is because every team inside of Microsoft writes their own UI. So the Exchange team writes Exchange Online, and the SharePoint team writes Exchange or SharePoint Admin, and Azure team writes whatever. And they try to work together, and they've got a guiding set of principles, but everybody sees things just a little differently. Now, the bad news about that is PowerShell is the same. And one of the things that you're going to have to do when you start using PowerShell with Office 365 is wade through all of the different modules that you have available to you. Because much like the UIs that every team inside of Microsoft writes, the PowerShell modules are exactly the same way. Every team that owns a product inside of Microsoft writes their own module for the management. So there's the Exchange team, they write the Exchange Online module, and they do things differently. They were the first ones really to do PowerShell in Office 365, so they've been learning at this. The SharePoint team, the Azure AD team, they've got a lot of modules. So part of what you need to do when you decide to start working towards this, and there's a long maturity model for using PowerShell and using PowerShell in Office 365, so it's forgivable to make some mistakes at the beginning and do things the wrong way as you're kind of learning and building up that maturity. So I've got a short list on here. Now there's a lot of modules that I use with Office 365. These are the modules that I use for user management in Office 365. I don't have a couple of my favorites on there, the PNP PowerShell, SharePoint, all that. I love them, I use them every day, but they're not good for user management, which is kind of what we're talking about today. So starting at the top is kind of the granddaddy of them all, the MSO, or the MS Online module. And this has been out for a while, and it's the one that I started using the most when I did user management. Still works. Still works today. We'll come back to when you would use what and whatever, but as you go out, and we all know, and I'm right there with you, that the way that we all learn how to do PowerShell and how we create things in PowerShell is we go out to the web and we search for somebody else who's already done the thing that we're looking to do in PowerShell. Maybe they've done exactly the thing that we need, so we can just copy it, or maybe they've done something really close to the thing we need, we just need to tweak a couple of values, whatever. I bring this up because depending on when the blog post you find was written, they may be using this MS Online module. It is not current, but it still works. So it's a good place to start. Now, hopefully you'll figure out, what you need to do with the MSOL module and then start moving those into Azure AD. We'll talk about that in a second. But if you see something that's using the MSOL module these days, it is still valid. You can still use it. Then next came the Azure AD module. And that is the newer one, kind of took advantage of some changes in Azure as they're moving to the different security models. At some point, the MSOL one will not log in anymore. Azure AD is the next version of that. Most of the commandlets in the MSOL module have analogous commandlets in the Azure AD. So you can still get users, set users, all those kind of things. It's a pretty easy translation, but a few things there are not. So I talked in my point down there about deciding which module to use if you're doing something new. If you're doing something new, use a newer module, Azure AD, something like that. But there are still some tasks that are easier in the MSOL module. So I haven't checked in a while, but for instance, assigning libraries is really easy in MSOL. It's like 1 or 2 lines, like one line to get the license SKUs, a second line to assign the license SKUs. In Azure AD, it's more granular control. You can do more things, but it gets more complicated. So if I'm just hammering out some quick licensing PowerShell, I'll often use the MS Online one. But you should start in Azure AD. And then, as if 2 Azure AD modules wasn't confusing enough, we actually have 3. So we have MS Online, Azure AD, and then the Azure AD Preview, which is, the next version that they're working on. You can do things in there as well. Now, you can have the MSOL module installed alongside of the Azure AD module. That works completely fine. Each of the commandlets has a prefix. So, connect MSOL service, get MSOL user, so on and so forth, and then get Azure AD user. So they work together fine. You can mix and match them. I've written many scripts in my career that use them both in the same script. Not proud of that, but it absolutely works. With the Azure AD module and the Azure AD Preview module, you cannot easily have them both installed at the same time because they have the same commandlet name. So you have to clobber one over top of the other, or there's some tricks you can use. It's ugly. So I would recommend picking one, pick stability, or pick I need the new functionality, and then stick with that. The other thing is, since this is all against the cloud, you could also have one set installed in a VM and one set installed in another VM. I've used that tactic before with some of the other modules where there's different versions and I need a specific version for a specific task. I actually spin up a VM for it. But know that there are 2 Azure AD modules out there, and you just have to pick and choose which ones you want. So the Azure team overall has written some new modules, and it's the AZ module, and it loads some other modules that also allows for some user management. I'll be honest, I don't use that much. I'm able to get most of the things that I need done with the MSOL and the Azure AD stuff. Put that one there so that you would know that it's there, but I don't use it for much, so we're not going to have any examples of that. Finally, the graph, the Microsoft Graph, unless you've been living under a very large rock recently, you know about the Microsoft Graph, the substrate, the thing in the background that makes it all work together. They have recently come out with a module, PowerShell module. They call it the Graph SDK, Software Development Kit. It's a PowerShell module. Like the Azure AD one, it uses a main module that goes and installs 20-some extra modules that just touches everything inside of Microsoft 365, including users. I'm a big fan of the graph. I love the graph, and I love this module for some graph-specific things you just can't get anywhere else in any of the other modules. I will tell you, though, that it is my last resort. I will try to get a job done with anything else before I use the Graph SDK, for a couple of reasons. Both the AZ module and the Graph module are not crafted lovingly by humans. They are created with a process called AutoRest, and AutoRest basically walks through the API, the endpoints, and creates commandlets based on that with, by computer learning or whatever. And so what you end up with is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of commandlets that just touch every single thing. They're very tough to use unless you know exactly what you're doing. Very tough to use. So on a lot of machines, I won't even install the Graph SDK, because if I'm looking for a commandlet and I'm like, get module, user, I'll get, a couple from MSOL, a couple from Azure AD, and then 600 from the Graph. It really makes it tough to work on. But it is out there, and again, that might be another one you throw on a VM somewhere. But just know that if you need to get in and tweak that exact one value or pull that exact one, if it exists in the Graph SDK has it for you. One that I don't have on here is the Azure AD Sync PowerShell. That is local to the machine that you install Azure AD Sync on. So I'm sure we've talked about that earlier in the day, syncing your Windows Active Directory to your Azure Active Directory. For the most part, that's a great wizard. Next, finish, and you just let it run and you never touch it again. That's pretty common, but there are some great PowerShell in there that you can use. I don't use a lot of it because I'm a pretty mild user of Azure AD Connect, but you can see when the last sync ran, start a sync if you've made some changes and want to trigger a sync immediately. Those are in there. And if you do a get command for like sync cycle, AD sync, those show up in there. So you have a lot of decisions to make when you're trying to do something in PowerShell, and that stinks when you're new, trying to figure out which of the modules and which commands. I know that it's tough. I still struggle with it myself after years, but just know that there are many options out there. A lot of great people out on Twitter and all that to help you with that, but just know that it's going to be tough until you kind of get your feet underneath you and get comfortable with one module over another. But folks like me are out there. We're happy to help. I also have this blog post at toddklint.com/posh Office 365 modules. That is a list of the modules that I use during the day as an Office 365 consultant, and it has links to them and what the current versions are and all that, because all these modules are updated, some monthly, some more than that. So you get one installed, you get comfortable with it, and then maybe it's got a bug or there's some new functionality. So that blog post of mine has all the ones that I use all the time, so if you've lost track of them, and then how to get them and how to install them, see what the current versions are. So let's take a look at that. Let's see what that looks like. Here we are in a Windows 10 desktop, just any, again, machine. This is in the cloud, so it doesn't matter where you connect. It can be, on your desktop, on your tablet, at your kid's soccer game, doesn't matter. You can connect anywhere. I mentioned that I've got this blog post here that has all of the PowerShell modules that I use. So I always, when I'm setting up a new machine, I start here and look at this and get my machine set up correctly. I have pinned PowerShell to my taskbar down here because I'm always going to have it open. For the stuff we're going to be doing, I'm going to install some modules, so I'm going to run this as an administrator and just go ahead and agree to that. One thing I didn't mention in the slides, but something I do every time I open up PowerShell in real life, is I do start transcript. And this keeps a text copy of all of the things that I do in my documents. Now, the reason I do that is because oftentimes when I'm jumping in with PowerShell, I'm trying to figure out how to do something, and then the next day I forget how I've done it. So if I have a transcript, I've got all that. I can go through and see the things that I've done. Also a good CYA thing, if something breaks and you think it was something you did with PowerShell, you can go back and look. My one caveat to this is when you start playing with passwords, make sure that if you type any passwords that you take them out of your transcript. It is just a text document, so you can open it up with Notepad afterwards. And all that. So we can see here we've got this get installed module that will give us the modules that we've got in here. So let's just go ahead and copy that out of my blog and paste that in here. And this will give us the module names and the versions. So you can see we've got the Azure AD preview, we've got some SharePoint-y stuff, that's all good. We don't have the MS Online module. So what does that look like? Well, I've got a link here that takes you to whatever the authoritative page is for it, a GitHub, whatever. But right here's the command to install it. So I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna install this, paste this in PowerShell, and it will install that module for us. And that will take a minute. And again, I told you you can have the Azure AD preview and the MSOL modules installed at the same time, even though they do basically the same things, but they don't clobber on top of each other much. You can see here we get a question about the repository. I've got the code in there that fixes that. Basically just said I'm downloading code from the internet. Is that cool? Are you worried? We're not worried. So let's see if this is available to us now to install. And yep, there it is. And you can see that version number maps over there. So that is kind of how you get them installed. There's also an option for updating them, and I've got a blog post here that talks about it. You can see my Azure AD preview module is running 2.2.51 and it's now at 2.2.119. I'm just horrified at myself, but you can run the update module to get those updated. Again, these are all Office 365, not just user management, so pick and choose the ones you want. You can obviously come back at any time and get one that you want to use. Visual Studio Code, again, that's the interface that I use to do all this stuff. So you can go to code.visualstudio.com and download it. It's a free download. Download it as many times as you want to. And then when you install it, it shows up over here. I always pin that to my start menu because I use it all the time. I even drag it up top and open that thing up. A couple of notes about that. Looks like it's not going to open for me. Let's do it from there. So this is Visual Studio. It's very welcoming. It even says welcome right there. So we can open this up. This does a bunch of very scary developer-y, codey things, but we don't care about any of that. This over here, this extensions, one of the first things I do when I set this up on a new machine is I install the PowerShell extension. That gives me all my fun formatting and all that. You want to get the one from Microsoft, and unless you're really brave, just get the standard one. You can move up to the preview one later. That's where the new functionality comes in. So it's installing. You get that. There's a bunch of other great modules. We'll start with this one. You can see they've got an ISE color scheme if you're used to that. I prefer the dark one, and we will not deal with package management now. So I can close that, and then when we start, we do a new file, and I do like a write host. PowerShell is cool, and my typing is terrible. You can see that's not very exciting. It doesn't do anything fun for us. It's because code doesn't know what type of document we have. So down here in the corner, you can see the language is plain text. If we go ahead and add PowerShell, now we get all of this, and we get our color coding. So now if I come down here and I'm like, write output, I can do tab completion. This rocks, and I've got my parameters and all that, so it lets me tab complete all that. So it's a really great environment. You can make it bigger with the Control Plus and all that to make it. The other thing we've got is this terminal window at the bottom. I don't use it much myself. I like the regular PowerShell window, but you can just highlight things and then say run selection. And I don't see, oh, it's under run, not selection. So a run without debugging, you can do that in here, and it just runs your code. So if you want to see what's going on, you can do that. This is good for debugging. You can put breakpoints in. If something's going crazy in your PowerShell, you can go look at the variables and all that. I'm a big fan of this. Now, normally what I do, I don't use this terminal window much because it doesn't have all the coloring stuff and some other things. So I will often just take I will write the PowerShell in here, save it out of here, and then just paste it right into my PowerShell window and run it like that. So I also talked a little bit about the GitHub bit. You kind of want to play with that, and it's something for outside of this, but this integrates completely with GitHub, and you've got your source control here. So you want to make sure you save your PowerShell files a lot, but then if you end up doing the source control, then you want to commit them back in. It's an extra step, but then it's up in the cloud, so if this machine dies or whatever, your PowerShell scripts are saved forever. So enough about this. Let's get back and learn some of the things that we can do with PowerShell. Wasn't that exciting? I know you probably all just want to tune out now and go play around in Visual Studio Code. Just a few more minutes though. Let me give you some ideas on what to do while you're in there. The most common tasks you're going to want to do are around users, and I'm going to walk you through some of the normal things that I see folks doing and then kind of give you the tools on how to discover the other things that you might want to do. The most common stuff is user tasks. So creating them, setting properties about them, disabling them, deleting them, and then that falls under a bigger picture of onboarding, offboarding, pieces like that. So all of the modules that I've talked about have facilities for doing that, for adding users and setting them. I've seen this come up in a lot of scenarios where maybe you have a run book for onboarding is normally how I see this work. So when a user comes in, and I'm going to assume you're a cloud only, because if you're doing sync with Azure AD, you're probably creating the user on-prem in Windows Active Directory. But if you're all on the cloud, first, good on you. Second, you're going to want to create your users there. So you might have a script that creates the user, assigns them a specific license, creates their mailbox, and adds them to some SharePoint sites, things like that. This piece kind of falls into that whole bit. Offboarding is another one that I see a lot. I'm a big fan of not deleting users, at least not deleting users very quickly. And so you can make a nice offboarding script that says, instead of deleting this user, I'm going to disable it. I'm going to remove their license. That is going to trigger like their SharePoint OneDrive, start that thing where that gets deleted. So maybe I'm going to pull their manager information out, send their manager an email, things like that. Kind of the way you can automate all these tasks. And then policies. So you've got users and you can set their passwords and change some of those things. But what if you want to set some of your policies, like say, I want my password policy to expire in 30 days or never expire, whatever. Those are some of the tasks you can make really easy with PowerShell. And again, it's one of those things where if you write the PowerShell, it's easy to reproduce, but if you don't do that very often, you got to remember where in the UI it was when you did it, how many clicks in, and then there's a good chance the UI has changed since the last time you did it. So if you do it PowerShell, you can always just jump right back in and see where it's at. Another big user management bit that I end up doing in PowerShell a lot is around groups and creating groups and assigning groups and things like that. There's a lot of fun PowerShell for that. This is definitely one where there are several places that you can do group management, because when you're talking about Office 365 groups, Microsoft 365 groups, those encompass the entire stack. So you can play with them in the Exchange Online module or SharePoint or PnP or Azure AD. Again, it just depends on where you're most comfortable and if any of them do the thing that you want to do. So, for instance, I was working with a coworker last week on dynamic groups and creating a dynamic group and making sure the properties were correct and assigning people and all that. And I'm doing it all in the Azure AD module because that's where I've always done it. And that's where I learned how to do it, and it's where I'm most comfortable. She had been doing some other Exchange stuff, and she's like, why aren't we doing this with the Exchange Online module? Doesn't it do it? I'm like, yeah, it does it. Might even do it better because that group thing kind of came out of Exchange. Would work fine. I'm just more comfortable with the Azure AD way, but if she wants to do it with the Exchange Online way, perfectly fine. Easier for her, so that's a good thing for that. But just think of these different group types. One of the things I want to mention is dynamic groups are sort of new. So this is the idea that a group membership is based on the property of a user, not manually assigning users. So you can say, all users whose department equals accounting or department equals HR, they go into this group. And that's pretty cool. And then as users come in and out, that just gets updated, and that can be used in SharePoint, Exchange, whatever. That is a great feature. I've been promoting that to a bunch of my customers. That's been going over well. That requires an Azure AD Premium P1 license for whoever is creating the group, not for the people in the group, just for the person creating the group. So that's one of the things that I want to mention as we get in here and look at this, just to give you some ideas on things that you can do. Depending on how you write your PowerShell, again, it's all a matter of personal preference. If you want to do it in the host or in the Visual Studio, if you do it in regular PowerShell, I don't do it in an admin one. I only use an admin one if I need to install modules or whatever. But it should be fine either way. One thing to keep in mind is if you're doing it in Visual Studio, you probably don't get the admin stuff the way that you'd like. So we first talked about users. So how can we figure out what to do with users? And I'm actually going to do this in here and make this big for y'all. One of the reasons that I like this is I've got more real estate up and down. And so that's why I prefer that. We'll make it really big for you. Huge, impressive. Okay, so I'm going to do my start transcript because I always do that, just so I can see what I've done. One of the things that we want to do is create users, do whatever. So how do we do that? Well, one of the tools that I use, and again, I've been doing PowerShell every day for like 10 years, is I just do a search for the command. So I'm going to do get command. I want anything with the word user in it, and I'm going to pipe it through more because I expect there's going to be more than one screen's worth. So this is all the ones that show up on this machine. Now I'm really not necessarily looking for the command yet, but I'm looking for the source, and that's the module. So I've got the Azure AD Preview one, MSOL, SharePoint Online. Okay, so I kind of have a good idea. Now, again, we've got a bunch of these, so it can get a little overwhelming. So what I can do is I can say, only show me the ones from the module, Azure AD Preview. Let's get this into a list here that I can take a look at. Oh, get Azure AD user. Oh, set Azure AD user. All right. New Azure AD user. So you'll notice PowerShell kind of has a structure. We've got the verb, get whatever. We've got the prefix. Most modules use that. Most good modules do. So all the commandlets in here start with Azure AD, and then the actual type of object. So Azure AD user. We're doing all by user. So here, user app role assignment. So that's a good way. And if I come up in here and I say I don't want the the Azure AD ones, let's see what MSOL has. So I can do that. Tab complete the module name. So I can see we've got a smaller list, but we've got the same kind of things. Get user, new user, set user license, set user property. Okay, so let's just get a list of my users. So I will use the Azure AD user. Oh, I'm not connected. What do I do? Okay, so this is a good one. So we need to, since these are all in the cloud, we need to connect to them. So let's see what we've got for connect ones. All right, so we've got connect MSOL, connect Azure AD. Well, that looks good. Let's do that. So let's connect Azure AD. Needs to know who I am. Seems a reasonable request. So let's tell it who I am. I am that person. What is my password? Since I can't trust you jokers not to hack into my tenant. That is my person name, and I'm connected. Sweet, so I've got my tenant and all that. Now if I go back up and say, get me my Azure AD users, now I've got them. Now, much like most PowerShell, there's a default set of properties that it shows us. The next thing I always do is get member to see what members those objects have, what properties and methods and all that. So now if I want to come through and get a list of all the cities my users are in, I can do that, even though that wasn't shown in here. Up here I just get their object ID, boring, username, all that. But what if I want their city? Well, that's in here. I can get that. Their country. So then I can do something like get Azure AD user, and then I want to select, I like display name because I'm a people person. And then I want their city and their country, and I'm again pipe that through more. And now I can see where everybody's at. So this is a thing that I've used recently for a customer who has some audience settings in SharePoint Online, and they want to make those audiences based on extension attributes they have on-prem. Those aren't accessible to the user profile service. So I wrote a script that connects with the Azure AD module, pulls down all the users and those extension attributes, packages them up into some JSON, and then ships them up to the user profile service. So that's a good one there. Lots of stuff. So if you want to create a new user, that's one of the examples that I gave. We have new Azure AD user. I always do help, and just to make sure it's the thing that I want, I kind of look at that, okay, but that's really boring. The next thing I always do is up arrow dash examples to see how to do it. These examples aren't great, honestly. But you can kind of see what to do. So I can make a new user, give it a profile, password, all that kind of stuff. So those are now another fun thing. Now that I know that the noun, so I can say get command, and just see what all the things are that I can do with an Azure AD user, because I know that that is so. New, get, remove, set. So set's an interesting one. What does set do? Oh, so now I can do things like set the city, set the sign, all that kind of stuff. So that's one way to go through and edit a user that's already there. So we've got that. So we did that. We talked about groups. So let's see what the commands are for groups. So similar deal, get command that has the word group in it. I know there's going to be a bunch, so do that. All right, so a lot of SharePoint ones, which should have seen that coming. Don't really care about that right now. Azure AD Preview, MSOL. All right, good. Let's take a look at those. I like the Azure AD ones. Again, they're the newer ones. So let's do that, and let's copy out of there. Oh, there's a lot of them. But again, new AD group app role assignment. So any of the different things. So kind of the takeaway from this is when you want to do something. So for instance, somebody says, maybe you're a consultant and you always want to set a specific password policy for a customer. And you want to do it in PowerShell because you can click, but PowerShell's cooler. So you're like, how do I do that? Well, good question. So let's do this. Let's do a search for policy. All right. There's a lot of them there, but you can kind of see. But now you can get an idea for the things you can do. Azure AD policy. Oh, that's got some potential. So you can do licensing. Let's say somebody says, I need you to assign some licenses to folks. Well, I'm not sure exactly how to do that, or apparently how to spell it. Oh, it doesn't like that. Did I spell it wrong? I did. There we go, spelling it right. So now I can do set MSO. So the idea is whatever you want to do a search for it and kind of hone it down, because everybody's tasks are going to be a little different. But you know what you need to do, so do that. Another one, when I add a custom domain to a tenant, because you always get the on Microsoft, I always do that with PowerShell. And the way I can do the clicking, it's easy enough. But I just wanted to know what that was like in PowerShell, so I just did that. And I got set MSOL domain. And so then I just started poking through that, get MSOL domain, new MSOL domain. That's how I started to do that. So now I've got like 5 lines of PowerShell that add the new thing and confirm it with DNS. So get in there, do the get command, and then look at the modules and see what they have for you. All right, home stretch, folks, I promise. So one of the things about that is once you can figure out how to do all of these things in PowerShell, you want to start automating tasks. But if you keep having to type your username and password in, kind of takes some of the fun out of automation. So I wanted to spend just a couple of minutes talking about how you can automate having your scripts log in with credentials. So we'll spend a couple of minutes here, a couple minutes in the demo. Essentially, there are a number of ways to pull usernames and passwords out of the Windows credential store. So Microsoft manages all that. It's the place that stores passwords and RDP into servers or go to websites, whatever. That is accessible to PowerShell. Your personal store is. So what I do every time I set up a new tenant, a new customer, I go in and I save my credentials on that machine, and then when I use the Connect Azure AD or Connect MSOL, I pull those credentials out so I never have to type the username and password again. It's much more secure than hard coding them into your script somewhere or saving them in Notepad or whatever. So I'm going to talk about that. The other thing that I would encourage you to do is look into app registrations. Those are very scary developer-y things. I don't have time today really to talk about them, but they look really scary. I can tell you they're way easy to set up. The app registration, think of it as like an app username. So you can log in as admin at whatever, and then you can access what that user has access to. An app registration is a way to log in as an application, no matter who you are. And that application is given specific permissions inside of your tenant. So it's a great way to add tasks. So the example I gave with maybe you need to update some SharePoint things. I can make an app registration that says this app registration has permission to all SharePoint sites always, and then that thing can run and set settings, create sites, whatever. And then I don't have to worry about having a username, and if the that password changes or the user leaves or whatever, app registration. I'll show you kind of quickly how to create one, but look at those for doing your online things as well. All right, we're back for our final demo. So let's talk a little bit about credentials, because again, you're going to get into this, you're going to want to automate these tasks, and you don't want to have your passwords in plain text anywhere. So first, let me show you what we're talking about here. We've got the Credential Store, Windows Credential Manager, built right into Windows. You can see I've got a bunch of things in here, been going to Facebook and all that. PowerShell can access the Windows credentials and the generic credentials. So I can add a generic credential in here, and then PowerShell can use it, and that works fine. I could do one in here, it'll be great. But I've got another method that I use. We'll leave that open. We've talked about the PNP PowerShell a little bit, and they consume those, but they also create those. So whenever I do one, I just use this commandlet, add PNP stored credentials. You have to give it a name, which is how it shows up in here. Now, one thing I've discovered is that the PowerShell Connect for the PNP, if you have one that has the name of the URL you're connecting to, it will just automatically grab it. So I've started just adding them like that. So the example that we used with my previous example was my demo tenant. And so that URL looks like this. We can call it whatever. And then you have to give it a username, and I will give it a username right here. And then because I've got a transcript on and because you're all watching over my shoulder, I'm not going to give a password. So it's going to ask me to enter the password, and it's going to ask it as a secure string. Okay, so now it's there. So if I go back over here, and I'm not sure if I want to refresh this or not. So now I've got this generic store right here. So now when I want to connect with anything, I can get that. So I can do get PNP stored credential by name. And you can see that it will show me that credential. Okay. Now to use it with something else, I need to specify that we want to get it as a PS credential. So let's do that. And so just to make sure that we've got this, that looks good. Now I'm just going to go up to that same connect command. Actually, I don't know if I might still be connected. So let's make sure we're disconnected. Good. Now let's do connect Azure AD. And for credentials, let's pass that. And now I should always type that extra U before I tab complete. Now I get my users. So the great news is once I've configured this credential on a machine, any script that I run, I can use this kind of thing here, and there's no passwords in plain text anywhere. So now I can maybe, if I have a machine that folks run things on or whatever, I'm making an Azure AD function or whatever, the password never, and this works for all of them. So I can also do connect, well actually let's do it this way so I don't have to retype the whole thing. I can connect MSOL service, same credential. And I never have to type the password. So this is great for automating things. It's great for just saving your fingers. Whenever I connect to a new tenant, I type the password exactly once, and that's when I set this thing up. So the last thing that I mentioned to you is the app registrations. So there's a bunch of ways to do that. If you do a search for it, you'll see a bunch of them. Again, I'm a PNP kind of guy. They have a good commandlet that does this called initialize PNP PowerShell authentication. And it creates an Azure app registration for and whatever rights you want, and there's some examples in here, but then you can use that to also connect if you have to do things that aren't user-based, so again, environment-based. And the graph understands these. Once you create this app registration, you can use it with PowerShell, the graph, whatever. You get a token or some passwords and stuff, it's all in here. Check this out. I might have a blog post on this later, but this is another great way. Again, and then you have no passwords in plain text anywhere, and your users are safe. So that's important. Well, that was a real whirlwind. I apologize for I would have loved to show you more of the demos, but I just didn't get you for very long. I only got you for like 40 minutes. But you can reach out to me. Again, I'm a pretty friendly guy, so email me todd.clint@sympraxisconsulting.com, @ToddClint on Twitter. I love doing PowerShell, and I love Office 365. So if you've got any questions, you just want to bounce an idea off of me, get me to nudge you in the right direction for something, I would love to do it. Reach out. Thanks for joining us. I had a great time today. I can't wait to do the next one of these. Take it away, Brad.
The session has now concluded. Make sure to download the handouts at petri.com/conferences, or you can find a link down in the description below. Stay tuned. There are more sessions ahead. And that is a wrap, folks. Today's user management conference is now over and done, but that doesn't mean the fun is over. You can go to petri.com/conferences or find links down below to download all of the handouts. And for those who are wanting to see the sessions on demand, don't worry, they are already live by the time you are listening to me talk about it right now. So you can go rewatch the sessions, digest all of that knowledge, download the handouts, print them out, take a look at them whenever you need them, or just come back sometime later to, brush up on your skills. That's the beauty of these virtual conferences, is that while you may have missed the live conversations, or you may have absorbed all the live conversations and just forgot a thing or two, you can go back and rewatch those very in-depth technical sessions anytime you want for no additional cost, because there was no cost to begin with. All of our conferences are free, and we want to thank our sponsors Alcid, CoreView, and Chaosoft for making that possible. If it was not for them, we wouldn't be able to bring you these wonderful technical and deep dive sessions directly to you in the platform and way that you preferred. free and easy. That is about as good as it gets. Make sure to go download those handouts. There's some extra nuggets in there that I think you're really going to enjoy. And once again, we want to thank our sponsors, our speakers, and everybody else who joined us today. It has been a packed day. It has been a fun day, but now the day has come to an end.